time, I'd like to acknowledge of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Egat.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Elliott. Not just yet, I think. I don't see him on there. And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. So let me just pull up my list here. So before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. And a conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang.
I will move that we adopt today's agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any questions on the agenda? Seeing none, please vote on adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Council protocol and recognition items. I don't believe there are any today. Request to reschedule report. None. Explanation of the public hearing process. All right. So before we begin, sorry, which one? There we are. We're in the right order here. Before we begin, I'd like to give a brief overview of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will state the number of speakers that are registered to speak to the bylaw. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. For each item selected by Council, administration will first provide a presentation. Next, I will call the names of each registered speaker and invite them to make their presentations. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer, which will be displayed in the virtual meeting and on the screen in the chamber. The lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When there are multiple speakers registered for an item, speakers will be placed in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. When everyone in your panel has had their turn to speak, members of council may ask questions of you and any other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration, and after all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Finally, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. And for everyone participating virtually, I ask that you please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And if you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Before we begin, may I ask if council wishes to consider the request to speak for item 1.3?
Well, thanks for checking. That is a procedural item, so there's not actually an opportunity to hear on items for that. But of course, if anyone ever wants to share feedback on any of the procedural parts, whether that be adoption of the agenda, the minutes, they're always welcome to send that message out to council separately in the form of an email, or of course, if they're also registered to speak to an item in this public hearing, they could speak to anything that they might want to as part of that, but there's not actually an opportunity to speak to procedural items. Those are part of our procedural work. So,
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.1, bylaw 21474, building height amendments to zoning bylaw 20001, small-scale residential zone.
Yes, we already heard from 6 in favor. There's another 3 in favor. There were also 8 that we previously had registered in opposition from last public hearing, and now there are 3 new speakers opposed.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Items 4.2 and 4.3 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 21472 to amend the District Policy Charter Bylaw 24,000 for urban mixed developments, or Bylaw 21473 to amend Zoning Bylaw 20001?
Yes, we have 4 speakers registered in favor and 12 speakers registered in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Items 4.4 and 4.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21481 to close a portion of road right-of-way Elmwood Park, or Bylaw 21482 to allow for neighborhood-level parks and amenities Elmwood Park?
Thank you. Yes, I have 3 speakers registered in favor, all to answer questions only, and 1 speaker registered in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.6, Bylaw 21488, to allow for medium-scale housing South Terwilliger?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered to answer questions only, and nobody registered in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.7, Bylaw 21492, to allow for light industrial and small commercial businesses, Weir Industrial?
Thank you. Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only, and none in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.8, Bylaw 21483, to allow for the adaptive reuse of a building, Queen Alexandra, Strathcona, and Strathcona Junction?
Thank you. Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only, and none in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.9, Bylaw 21485, to allow for active and passive recreation, Blatchford?
Thank you. Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only, and none in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.10, Bylaw 21360, to close a portion of road right-of-way, Macaulay?
Thank you. Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, and I just want to double check. I have 1 to answer questions only, but just to check, is Willow Irwin in person here with us? Not yet. Do you know if they want to speak, or if there's, currently there's nobody in opposition, so I just wanted to know if they're looking to speak or answer questions only if selected. Or they have a presentation? Okay. So that's helpful. Thank you. There's nobody in opposition on that.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.11, Bylaw 21486, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Macaulay?
Yes, I have 5 speakers registered in favor, 4 of which are to answer questions only. And again, I maybe just want to check, do we have, I think it's Abade Adeoye, and also wants to make the presentation? Perfect, okay. And nobody in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.12, Bylaw 21491, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Strathern?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only, and nobody in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.13, Bylaw 21484, to allow for medium-scale housing, Britannia Youngstown?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor and 2 speakers registered in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We do have 1 more additional registered speaker for items 4.4 and 4.5 in opposition.
4.4 and 4.5 in opposition, besides the 1 that was already there?
Oh, is he in the speakers list? My apologies, you already have that information.
We already had the 1. Yes, sorry, I'm just using the Google Doc, which I know is getting, yes,
Thank
if you're looking to get the most up to date, the Google Doc is always gets updated live to members of council if you're interested. So there we go. Okay, that calls a person to speak, and next we will go for selections. So please click on the board if you wish to select any items. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there's speakers available, so there's going to be 4-1, 4-2, and 4-3, and 4-6, please.
4-1, 4-2, and 4-3, which are together, I believe. And then you said 4-6?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I maybe just wanted to clarify with the speakers again that they would like 410 and 411 to be selected.
Sure, yeah, I can do a quick double check. Yeah, just to, sorry, they're just in the middle of chatting, and so I just wanted to, oh, I see. Hang on one second, Councillor Stevenson. I'm going to come back to you, as I think there's a quick
Thank you.
huddle
Thank you.
happening. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. I'll select 4.13. I think there were speakers on both, but I'll select it anyways.
You said 4.13.
Correct.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. I think there was a huddle. Let me just double check. Again, Councillor Stevenson, you were wondering on items 410 and 411, and I'll just check with the speaker who's sort of representing everyone. I think folks were potentially interested in making a presentation, or are they only to make a presentation if the item is selected? That's okay. Thank you. That was good clarification. So, for items 410 and 411, which were the Macaulay items, they are only the speakers would only be willing to make a presentation if selected. So, Councillor Stevenson, did you want to select those?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Let me just see if there's anyone else. We have had selections on, just to review, 4-1, 4-2. 4-3. I believe we have speaker on 4-4-4-5. I don't know if the ward councillor wants to select those. I'll go to the ward councillor, which is.
Not me.
Why am I drawing a blank?
Métis, I think.
Isn't it, councillor? Oh, yeah, because.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, that's yours. Yeah, sorry.
Happy to select it.
Yeah, sorry, because we had a speaker that was added on that. Sorry. Yep. Yes.
4, and 4, 5.
4-4 and 4-5. Yeah, there was a speaker added in that, so thank you. Selected by Councillor Salvador. 4-6 was selected, and just doing a final check, I think the last one was 4-13. So, perfect. Those are all the selections. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford for taking care of the bylaws not selected for debate.
I was just hoping someone else could do it since I don't have a sheet printed in front of me.
Of course, yeah, happy to put someone else. Who wants?
I can move the
There we go.
first, or close the public hearing for items 4-7, 4-8, 4-9, 4-10, 4-11, 4-12.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on closure of the public hearing for those items.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang.
I'll move the first reading for 4-7, 4-8, 4-9, 4-10, 4-11, and 4-12.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on first reading of those items.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang.
Second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second reading moved and seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading of those items.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang.
Consideration of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Consideration of third reading and seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Tang.
And I'll do the final reading for bylaw 21492, 21483, 21485, 21360, 21486, and 21491.
Second.
That is seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for third and final reading of those bylaws.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. So again, if you are here, if you were here or still are here for the items 4.7, the Weir Industrial, 4.8, which is the Queen Alex, Strathcona and Strathcona Junction, 4.9, Blatchford, 410, which was a Macaulay item, the road right-of-way, 411, which was the medium-scale Macaulay item, and 412, the Strathern item. Those items have now all been approved, so you're welcome to stay and join us if you like, but you also, you don't have to hang out. Public hearings are very entertaining and informative, so, but I appreciate if you want to go do something else, you're welcome to. So, thank you. So that brings us back to where we were. So at the last public hearing, we had started hearing from speakers. I believe we had heard from everyone that had registered originally for 4.1, but we do have new registrations for 4.1. So what we're going to do is bring in all of our additional speakers. So I'm going to go to my speakers list, and I'm going to call everyone down who hasn't registered or who had registered as a new, and I think we'll also do a quick double check with those. I think there were a few in opposition who weren't available last time, and therefore we should probably check to make sure they've had a chance to speak. So we can do this likely in one full panel based off the current number of speakers. So I think what I'll do is I'll start with Lynn Wolf, who is in person to answer questions only. Lynn, you're welcome to come down here to speaker or spot number 1, and the clerks will guide you just over to this far side here. Yeah, everyone I call down will come over to my left or your right if you're sitting in the gallery. Fraser Porter is remote. Fraser, you are, I think I see you online. You're there. Yeah, I saw you unmuted. We didn't hear you, but you're there, so we'll get to you very soon. So we'll make sure we get your microphone working soon. Rob Smythe is here. Yeah, please come on down. And then I'm also going to call down the other speakers who were in opposition. So from last time, I don't think they had originally spoken. Andy Beal, is Andy Beal here? Oh, Andy, you're here? Perfect. Yeah, come on down. We'll get you, I think, in number 4. Linda Sermon. Lisa Sermon, sorry, Lisa Sermon. Lisa's still not here. Bradley Thiessen. Bradley Thiessen, not here. And then we've got the new speakers registered, Peter Silverstone. Peter, please come on down. We'll get the clerks to get you seated. James Callian. James? No. Matthew Boonstra, I do see online. Matthew, can you hear us?
Yes, could you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah, can hear you. Perfect. And then finally, Aaron Budnick. Aaron, are you with us? I don't see your name, but we'll start going through speakers, and we'll find them as best we can. So, what we'll do is we're just going to go with the speakers we have that I've just listed out. We're going to start with our speakers in favor. Again, Lynn, it was just here to answer questions only, correct? You don't have a separate presentation, or do you? Perfect, yeah, just turn on your microphone and then you're more than welcome. Oh, and before we all do that, sorry, just a moment, everyone. Just before we continue, I want to remind everyone of the respectful behavior expectations required while participating in this meeting, both in person and virtually. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process that provides us with the opportunity to hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. Of course, our only exception to clapping is when the students come in. We welcome City Hall School. We'll always clap for them because we're happy to have them here. Anyone continuing to demonstrate these types of behaviors will be removed and not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. I will not provide any additional warnings. The meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. For those online, in addition, use of the raised hand feature, the chat, the emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. And so, as mentioned at the start, everyone's going to have up to 5 minutes. For those here in the chambers, you'll see a timer both on the screens. Also, if you can see at the podium, some of you can see the lights right on the podium. They go green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the last minute, and at red, I cut you off as kindly as I can, but I am always very firm on that. We have a lot of speakers registered, so we stay quite firm. For those online, you'll see the timer online, but I always encourage you, if you're online, to keep your own timer. And again, I will be very firm at that 5-minute mark to jump in so that we can make sure we hear from everyone. So without further ado, let's go to Lynn Wolf. Please go ahead.
I'll be brief. I'd like to thank Council for providing the opportunity to vote on this. Visually, it's very important for this height restriction in the neighborhood. As Mayor Knack yourself, I think you noted the visual impact of these high infills are quite startling in the neighborhoods. And it's important for solar panels as well, and maybe increasingly important with our winter days coming up with our late mornings. So this height restriction being reduced would be very important to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Fraser Porter. Please go ahead. Sure, you are unmuted, but we can't hear you just yet. So we're going to see. Oh, I think I just heard you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear now. Please go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
I am sorry. I'm attending from British Columbia. I'm at a hospital in Kelowna, but I felt I had to make a comment here. First of all, thanks for all the people behind the scenes who make city work. It really does work, and congrats on some recent openings and new initiatives that have come to realization. Thank you for pulling up the presentation, clerk. My presentation is about the height restrictions. Second slide, please. So if we do move it from 10.5 to 9.5, certain developments can accommodate the interior gardens of height restrictions, and I understand that concern, and I do echo it. I'm not willing to sacrifice all development for garden, but garden is an important part of all property. Next slide, please. So the issue with this height restriction being the big change, or a big change in the ever-shifting landscape of variance and allowables in residential zones in Edmonton, and what we've seen is the imposition of 8 plexes on one residential lot, and there's been lessons learned from that experience. It doesn't change the parking. It doesn't address density concerns. It won't stop improvement in real estate investment trusts, earnings and allowances, because of course they'll just adapt to whatever city says to get as many units on there. As well, it will impair current affordability measures that are rolled out across Canada to make it easier, more efficient, faster to deploy large-scale housing models that are desperately needed. Considering, of course, that in Canada today, factually, there's 600,000 people who are homeless, and there's at-risk or marginally housed total population housing risk is over 1 million. So this is a really pressing concern. Next page. The housing catalog has been designed to quickly scale up, and we've seen 7 or 8 successful, incredible, amazing projects in Edmonton that have got people out of dire straits. This presentation is available later for other people, I think, if they wish to download it. Can somebody speak to that?
All these presentations we'll have copies of here, so yeah.
If anybody wishes to request a presentation, they can contact me directly. Next slide. So what we don't want to see is this picture, which by all, okay, transparency here, this is a small house next to an 18 or 25 plex. Okay, so it's not the 18-1 that I was saying, but it does illustrate how people are feeling. And I think that's an important thing to consider today is how people feel about their city, because I know everybody at the table today is really committed to a great Edmonton. And so some of the comments include if you don't have sunlight in your yard and have huge obstructions to windows, no views, it does change the character of a neighborhood and it changes the character of a home. Everyone's home. Okay. Next page. There is a want of gentle density for Edmonton, and this is the city plan's 4 key objective pillars, which are a healthy city, urban places, climate resilience, and regional prosperity. There's a great deal of prosperity in building 6 plexes and 8 plexes. Only 8 plexes allow REITs to come in there and drop millions of dollars to carpet the whole West End with, high-rise apartment or low-rise walk-ups. And that's what's happened south of 107 to 106 on 123rd and 122nd. And we do also need housing diversity. Next slide. Is that the last slide? I think it might be.
I believe that is.
So I won't give you the pleasure of cutting me off because I'll be done before my 5 minutes. And I encourage all stakeholders at the table to find a way of fitting more than one unit on one lot, but not too many to take away the livability, the prosperity, the healthiness of all of our amazing neighbors and community members here in Edmonton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I wish you all well and trust the process. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. And next, we're going to go to Rob Smythe. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Knack, members of City Council, I'm here this morning to speak in favor of the bylaw that proposes to amend building height in the RS zone. I do have to add that this support is muted and very, very lukewarm. This amendment and the amendments presented in 4.2 and 4.3 is only as far as council is willing to change the bylaw and the district policy. We support what's being addressed today. But the changes will do actually very little to address the multitude of issues and problems many neighborhoods are having to deal with, as more and more 8, 9, and 10 plexes are being built in the middle of neighborhoods. Many community members I've talked to are devastated, shocked, upset, use whatever adjective you want, that the substantive, realistic, and I believe well-researched recommendations brought to council by groups such as Edmonton Neighborhoods United, Residential Infill Working Group, and many others did not resonate and get some traction and serious consideration by administration and council. Infill developments at the scale we are seeing, especially 8 plexes mid-block developments, are clearly inappropriate in core neighborhoods. We can only hope after today, council will direct administration to bring back more information and recommendations to the Urban Planning Committee to address these issues. What's being considered today is clearly lacking, but it's marginally better than doing nothing. As you're likely aware, being unable to effectively work with City Hall, many neighborhoods are resorting to restrictive covenants to limit 8, 9, 10, and in some cases more multiplexes. And this is not the Glenoras and the Crestwoods of our city. I and others have attended many neighborhood meetings throughout our city to help start the process to establish covenants in their neighborhoods. Over 27 neighborhoods have or are mobilizing to establish restrictive covenants. And on the invitation of different neighborhoods, we're attending 4 more meetings over the next few weeks to advance restrictive covenants in those neighborhoods. This is really a last-ditch attempt by neighborhoods to impact what's been happening in their neighborhood. And further to the restrictive covenant, the city's Subdivision and Development Appeal Board is dealing with an ever-increasing number of appeals from different neighborhoods, mostly challenging multiplex permits. This is clearly not how city and community planning should be done in our city. Now, to turn my presentation to try to provide some constructive cup half full recommendations to council, I want to reference the infill report Build Edmonton released a couple of weeks ago. I may be seen as a bit of an outlier by my colleagues in the community, but I see Bill's plan is a reasonable optimum way forward. They got it mostly right. The planning process they propose is balanced and logical. The key themes Bill analyzed as part of the stakeholder review included concerns around scale and massing, parking, tree loss, pace of change, infrastructure capacity, and public engagement. These points are bang on. And as Bill notes, growth at this scale requires alignment with council, administration, industry, and the broader community. It also requires trust. And from my lens, it's clear to many in neighborhoods throughout our city that trust is lacking. Bill goes on to note that in their report, that discussions over the past 2 years underscore the broader tension between accommodating growth and addressing neighborhood-level concerns. We need to shift from reactive decision-making to long-term planning, providing stability for residents, investors, and builders. Recent conversations have reinforced an important truth. Growth must be accompanied by meaningful and ongoing community engagement. Strong consultation remains foundational to neighborhood planning and the successful implementation of our district plans. We need to take a holistic, future-focused view of infill. Now, it may seem counterintuitive, but my message this morning is that we want to work with Build and the city on the actions in Build's infill plan. There are many talented people, including builders, architects, planners, and others living in core neighborhoods who would bring a wealth of knowledge and a community lens to moving Build's plan forward in the next few months. Time is critical, this is urgent, and we want to be part of the solution and way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is going to be Andy Beal. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Andy Beal. My comments will be less muted than my friend to the left. I'm opposed to this particular bylaw, but really believe that the current planning that exists in my neighborhood in Riverdale opens up council and your planners to potential negligence claims, and negligence claims that would be based on poor emergency planning and an inability to deal with emergencies in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. I'm opposed to any building over 2 stories except having roof access for Riverdale only, and opposed to any more development greater than 2 units on a single lot in Riverdale. Next slide, please. The issues created by increased density in our neighborhood include traffic flow, parking issues, emergency planning, and in an area known as the Garden City, the lack of light to fuel the gardens in the microclimates that are in Riverdale. Next slide, please. So why would I be saying something like this? Well, this slide shows the unique traffic flow issues in Riverdale. As you will notice from the slide, Riverdale is bounded by the river on 2 sides, and we live in a teacup in that we have large banks on either side of us, and those banks really restrict vehicles getting in and out of Riverdale. There is no public transport in Riverdale other than on demand, and that's because public transport has not been successful in Riverdale for whatever reasons. But I'm guessing it's lack of connectedness between our neighborhood and every other neighborhood in the city of Edmonton. To get out of Riverdale, there are only 2 access roads. One is Roland Road, which crosses Dawson Bridge, which is under repair in 1 lane quite often, and the other is to go up Cavern Avenue, which is steep and difficult in the wintertime. Next slide, please. So identified parking is an issue. The top slide here shows developments areas going in between 89th Street and 91st Street in Riverdale. This looks like a street with no parking issues. It's a bus route. There's no parking allowed on one side. And the view down the street, the other side of the street from the camera, has 3 large multiplexes going in, and in behind it, there's a 4th multiplex, meaning that 37 units are going in within 200 meters of each other in an area with poor parking. The secondary suites are what causes the opposition to both the reduction from 4 to 3 and actually anything over 2 except for roof access. Because it's those secondary suites that bring in extra parking. And regardless of the models we use, my experience in Riverdale is that we have very little parking on the north-south streets, that in the evenings and on Saturdays when businesses are open, that it's hard to get through. So next slide, please. And just to highlight what I'm saying, photo 1 on the top is taken out of a Mitsubishi Outlander. Just shows how difficult it is to drive through streets with parking. And again, this is a weekend day at a time when there's usually very little parking. Behind that Mitsubishi is a school. And then the slide below shows parking on a bus route, and again, parking up and down the street. They're busy times. Next slide, please. Talk about transition and planning in the community. I'm just going to skip by this, but just want to let council know that we're a very diverse neighborhood. I would actually say we're an extremely diverse neighborhood. A lot of social housing, a lot of good things. Emergency planning. So what are council's risks and what are your planners' risks in the way you treat size here? And really, Riverdale's susceptible to forest fires, flooding, landslides. Fire safe practices are not followed in the city of Edmonton. Fuel is there to burn. In emergencies, fire trucks would have trouble getting in. They do have trouble getting in. Go ask them. And we have trouble getting out. Next slide, please. We're in the Garden City, as noted. Come down and visit us on a Saturday morning. Come and see for yourself what our parking is like. And come down on a Thursday night or weekday, see what the parking's like. It's jammed. We have an issue. We're different than the rest of the city.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I go to our next speaker, we have some guests. I'm very excited to welcome hello to the grade 6 class from George R. Luck School. Hello, everyone. And your teacher, N. Germaniak, I think, is that correct? No, what's the actual pronunciation? Germanic, thank you. N. Germanic, and your city councilor, because you are in Ward Pahesawin, is Councilor Mike Elliott, who's going to be waving to you right there. He's very excited to see you, as we all are. It's Monday morning. This class is asleep because there were like 2 kids that waved in that class. Everyone else is like, it's Monday morning. Even though you're on a field trip, you're still tired, and I get it. We're all tired. It's Monday morning. So especially after an overtime loss, always sad. You are in the middle of a city hall tour, is that right? Fantastic. And so I imagine you just got here, but you're going to be doing a mock council. Fantastic. Haven't done it yet. Who's going to be the mayor of that mock council? Mayor, you've got a great beanie on. Do you want to come down here to the podium and tell us a little bit about what you're going to be talking about? Yeah, come on down right here. Yeah, please. Safely come down. No running, just a nice... We only say that because I came running down the stairs once and I fell and tripped and almost knocked my head into a wall, which was a frightening moment for everyone. What's your first name?
Clash.
Mayor Clash, which is fantastic. I would love that mayor name right now. Mayor Clash, what are you going to be discussing?
I'm going to be discussing not tying your shoes policy.
Not tying your shoes policy? All right. Tell me more about this policy.
It's just quicker not to tie your shoes.
Okay.
It's the new policy.
So you're going to be debating that as a group. Okay, I'm excited to learn more about the not tying your shoes policy. Mayor Clash, thank you for being here, as with the entire class. Welcome to City Hall. We're so happy to have you. You can grab your seat again. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I mean, I generally support that. It does save time, so I'm interested. Let your counselor know what you decide. That's also the benefit of Velcro sometimes still. I remember Velcro shoes. Those are great. Slippers. We could just have slippers. You actually don't know what kind of shoes we're wearing behind here. We could all be wearing slippers or sandals right now. We're not. I'm currently wearing shoes I did have to tie, and that's unfortunate. But We're so glad you're here. Thanks so much for joining us today. Let's continue on. As they get ready to leave, we're going to continue on. I will just do another check with those that had registered that couldn't join us before. Lisa Sermon. Lisa, are you here with us online? No. Bradley Thiessen. I don't see Bradley online either. Then we will continue with the remaining speakers here. I have Peter Silverstone. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Peter Silverstone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. I'm here in a personal capacity. My relevance to come here is I was on the board of volunteers of Edmonton Economic Development Corporation for 6 years, 2008-2014, and I chaired that board for some years as well. I had the pleasure of meeting Councillor Knack as he was then briefly, but I haven't had the pleasure of meeting the rest of you. I'm here to say that I was extraordinarily pleased when zoning bylaw 20001 was passed. One of the big learnings that I had, I'm not an economist, but obviously went to a lot of meetings privately and otherwise, was that Edmonton will survive through economic abilities. Economics is everything. We need to have good paying jobs to provide to individuals, and one of the biggest issues that we've had, and one of our advantages, has been affordability. As housing increase affects everyone, I was delighted with the opportunities that 20001 offered to this community. I do realize that we're looking now at gains that will not accrue for 5 to 10 to 15 years. The changes proposed will have massive impact on the city, and I think beneficial to very large numbers of both present and future Edmontonians. I also recognize that not everybody agrees with this, and that there are concerns strongly held and very genuine about the impacts of some of these changes. Nonetheless, from my personal perspective and all that I gleaned before, I really want to state that I was extraordinarily impressed with the previous council and with this council for continuing with this bylaw. It is easy to chop and change it. It is easy to say, no, we should do this and do that. I am strongly against any changes to the original bylaw. I think it undermines the potential benefits from it, and I think those are profound and necessary for the city. We have major opportunities as a city going forwards, but this, I truly believe, this bylaw has the possibility of having the best long-term impact for this city over the long term, such as pre-planning to buy the land for what became the Anthony Henday. That was 20 to 30 years before it's actually put in place. I think this is one of those changes. I could talk about other cities I have been in and lived in. Obviously, from my accent, I'm English, so I have had lots of experience of more high-density places, and I certainly appreciate what Edmonton has to offer. Nonetheless, I strongly believe, and I'm going to stop in just a moment, to say I really believe that there should be no changes to the original bylaw, and that any of these small salami slices will impact the ability of any economic opportunities for present and future citizens of Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, James Kalyan. Kalyan? James? I don't see you online. Not in person either. Okay, next is Matthew Boonstra. You're online. I think I see you there. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Hello. If it's okay, after this, I would like to speak in favor of that proposed bylaw to ban shoes that need tying. That would save me a lot of work every morning. But yes, thank you for taking the time to hear from us. My name is Matthew. I am a PhD student right now at the University of Alberta's Urban and Regional Planning Program. And also I live in Blatchford, which only has plexes, all the plexes. And so I have a lot of lived experience in an area that is higher density with narrow streets. So I believe that helps to inform my perspectives here. So I'm just going to gently throw some numbers at you. First one being $1.4 billion. As you probably know, that is the number of dollars administration estimated back in around 2015 that Riverview, Dakota, and Horse Hills would cost over 50 years, over and above what would be made back in taxes and fees. Now, in 2015 dollars, give or take, that would work out to around $28 million a year. And it has been pointed out that those neighborhoods are being developed at a higher density than what was originally anticipated. But even if we were generous and said that that the deficit would only be half what the estimate, let's say 600 million, that would still be $14 million a year over and above what they're making. That is around the same amount that the city was losing when the province was shorting it on the grants in lieu of taxes payments. So think about that, right? We're coming up to budget very soon for the fall for the next 4-year cycle. The city was hurting without that full grant being in place. And just those 3 neighborhoods at least committed that entire tranche for 50 years. Now, it's also worth pointing out that no matter how dense residential areas get, they're not going to give the city a net return in taxes. That is true. The city does rely on commercial and industrial tax bases. However, as you recently discussed, the city is also failing pretty badly right now in its goal to increase that non-residential stream due to a lot of factors that you are trying to address. But even though you can't completely make up that gap, you can narrow that gap by growing up instead of out. If you can keep narrowing that gap by using the infrastructure you already have, the transit you're already invested in, like LRT, by focusing more on renewal instead of expanding the infrastructure base that you need to maintain and renew over time, then that shrinks the gap that you'll have to fill with increased non-residential taxes. So I'm concerned, like the previous speaker said, about these salami slices being taken to the zoning bylaw when we're only a couple of years into the new one, because each reduction, although small by itself, limits the amount of housing that can be built on the infrastructure we already have. All right. And I do get that some changes will have to be made over time. That's fair. But we have to think about why. Because each house that each housing unit we reduce the potential by, we have to think about as an investment, as a cost. If we are going to reduce the amount of housing that can be built inside the Henday for neighborhood character, for example, that means more housing needs to be built outside of the Henday to preserve that character. That means we are subsidizing that neighborhood's character. That's not to say it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a fact. And you need to, going into the budget, account for that. Is it worth paying $14 million a year at least in those 3 new neighborhoods, for example, so that we can keep buildings in older neighborhoods a bit lower? One more thing I'll say, there are numerous academic studies, also real world examples in, think, Minneapolis and Auckland, for example, where it's been demonstrated thoroughly that increasing the supply of housing through mass rezoning of properties does lower the price of housing, or at the very least, lower the increase. Either way, it does make housing more affordable, and it also makes city finances more affordable. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we had Aaron Budnick was our last speaker. I don't see them in person. Online, are you here, Aaron? Not seeing Aaron. Okay, great. Well, we've called for all the speakers. So next we'll move on to questions of this final panel. Please click on if you do have questions for this panel. I do, actually. I'll go to Councillor Elliott, though, first. Please go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Andy, I believe speaker number 4. In your slides, you indicated you talked about the streets, the streets are like 7.89 to 7.92 meters wide. And you said bus roads should be 9 meters. And also 2A should be either 9 or 10.6 meters depending on the test. What test are you referencing? Was it an independent? Was this brought up by someone else? Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Oh, sure. There was a picture in that slide deck. So I think that was page 5 of the slide deck. And the picture off to the side is Appendix F of the City of Edmonton's own guidelines for street size. So Riverdale is below the standard street size recommended by the City of Edmonton, and that's why parking gets jammed up, and that's why it's harder to get in and out of Riverdale than most communities. So,
Okay, thank you. I just want to get more reference on that. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'll start with Speaker Smith. I get you don't love this proposal, you like to see more, I hear that loud and clear, but just want to be clear, you still think this is a positive move to address some of the concerns that you're hearing in the community? Smythe, Rob, sorry, I got you.
Sorry. Sorry, Councillor. Yes, for sure. I mean, certainly it'll have some marginal benefit, but as we've talked over the last 2 years, there's other recommendations out there that we would strongly support. But as I said in my comments, this is, it's better than nothing, for sure.
Great, thank you. And you touched on kind of the restricted covenants. So if I heard you correctly, you said there's 27 neighborhoods. You've engaged with maybe 4 more coming on board. I guess just kind of in your opinion, how are people proceeding with those restricted covenants going to affect our kind of density targets in the city plan?
Well, it's the workshops that I've been to with all these neighborhoods. It's very emotional. I mean, people are, struggling with what to do, and it's bringing the communities trying to work together, all those neighborhoods, to move forward on the covenant. Really, it's a strategy of last resort. Glenora, we've had one that goes back over 100 years, and it's certainly not perfect. Other parts of our neighborhood have pursued that over a year ago, and it does become. I mean, it's most neighborhoods. It's not every house is part of a covenant, but it's certainly neighborhoods are jumping on board, and they're doing their own promotion. They're doing their own small group, block-long meetings to move forward. And it is not a one-size-fits-all. Some neighborhoods are allowing up to 6 units, for example, on a typical lot. Other neighborhoods are going differently, so they're getting into the weeds and doing what they believe is appropriate for their neighborhood. And nobody is against the infill. It's just the degree to which is happening in their neighborhoods. So they're really pulling their hair out, but looking for some kind of strategy to move forward.
Great, thank you for that. I'll move on to Speaker Silverstone. You're talking about the bylaw, and you're strongly against any changes in the current bylaw. I mean, I wasn't here when it was passed, but my impression of it was always, as issues, concerns, changes come up, it was to kind of be amended. So I guess just kind of your take, when you hear those things, you think you just stay the course?
Yes, and I can argue why. I do understand that there will be individual cases where you're tempted, as councillors, to say, I am going to prioritise the needs of specific existing individuals who object for various reasons. Unfortunately, and I think the PhD student put that fairly eloquently, each cut that is made, each change that is made undermines the whole. Is it perfect? No. If you ask me when would I assess how it's working, in a 5 to 10 year time span, you can actually see where that is. You can see, okay, so what actually happened where you had a large eightplex next to an individual? Maybe that individual decided to sell their land for significant sums, maybe not. Maybe it's an issue we need to address. But now, I absolutely don't think that's the case. Now I think we have to stick with it, and I know how hard that is for you as councillors. I know the public pressures that you all experience. have worked with many of your colleagues and admire you for your public service. I'm just a volunteer, a non-expert, so I don't face the public on this issue. So I do appreciate where you're coming from and the passionate, strong, understanding views of others in this city who don't all agree with me. I get that, including some of my neighbors. But that is the reality of my views, and does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. I think I just have a follow-up because you mentioned the economic impact concerns, right? So I guess, I mean, Edmonton is the most lenient city in terms of, you know, residential infill development across any major city in Canada. I think that's a fair statement. So where, like, if the capital's not going to go to these developers doing Hampton, where is it going to go?
That's an excellent question. It'll almost certainly you can look at a whole series of other models around the world, and we did this at EEDC. It will go either outside suburbs or non-Edmonton based, so you will just have external sprawl over which Edmonton will have expenses and very little monetary income. That's where it'll go. You can look at a whole series of examples. You won't be able to achieve the solving issues such as homelessness and so on without a reduction in housing. There's a series of bad outcomes. I'm delighted we're best in Canada, but we are not best on a global stage. We have an opportunity to really enhance this city for the long term, and that's what I believe this will do. So where will people go? To where the housing is cheap is the answer. It won't be Edmonton, it won't be affordable, it won't build this city. That's just the bottom line.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jantz.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed the name, but the guest who was from Riverdale who was talking about parking.
That's Andy Beal.
May I ask, guest Beal, if you're with us? You know, parking's a really interesting one, and I wonder sometimes if the infill fight has really been, in some cases, a proxy fight for parking. Even, you know, you often hear, or I often hear, the first question is, oh, an eightplex, that could mean 32 cars. Where is everybody going to park? And right now, one of the challenges I've seen is even if we build a fourplex and require 4 garages, there's no guarantee that those folks with the garages, there's no rule requiring them to park in their own garage or park on their own driveway. Do you think Edmonton should look at some sort of a parking control like that? Like you can only park on your own property?
Well, there's lots of different ways you could do that. The problem with an infill of the size that are going into our neighborhood is that that's not quite reasonable. And the other thing is the solution seems to be a little extreme in that regard. So, for example, my situation, I have a garage at the back of my house that would be regarded as a double car garage or 1.5 garage. I have my table saw in there, my cutoff saw in there, a bunch of things that make my retirement much more enjoyable, plus the car. My daughter goes through a divorce, she comes home, she brings a car, suddenly it's not possible for me to have parking in my neighborhood. We're a developed neighborhood, we exist, we have a certain infrastructure that was in place beforehand, including the narrow roads and the lack of ingress and egress. So my answer to you is I don't think your system would work. And I think we have to be careful that the cure isn't worse than the problem. So for example, you could cut down all the elm street trees that line our streets and make wider streets for better parking. I think that would be a disaster. You could clean out your forest. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're dealing with this tension where, you know, I think the city did a study and only 1 in 3 garages actually have a car in them. Most of the people are using their garage as a storage unit and then using the public property as their parking. Do you think there should be some sort of a move? Because I mean, in theory, you could sell your house and somebody could move in and they could be 2 adults with 2 cars, and they could be 3 teenagers with 3 cars, and there could be 5 cars there. And you said there's a 2-car garage. So I guess, like, I worry that instead of talking about the housing shortages, we're talking about the parking shortages. And most people seem to raise parking like you did. And I'm just trying to figure out, regardless, even if we don't build another infill again, period, if you were to have, say, 3 more drivers in your home, how would we manage parking?
And that's a good question. But because it is older and developed, I would suggest perhaps not as likely as you would think with respect to the buildings that exist. But I do think with our community and the way it's situated, that the concern being raised or putting a council and planners on notice that the planning may be negligent because of parking, I think is a very valid thing to bring forward.
Another concern I've heard is some of the modern trucks and vehicles are longer than some of the old garages and higher than some of the old garage doors. Do you think we should have some sort of a minimum garage size?
You know, I didn't look into that before coming, so I really shouldn't bring myself into dangerous territory of commenting. Sorry.
Yeah, it's interesting. We don't want garages that, you know, only fit smart cars, I guess, and they can't fit a Dodge Ram or an insert vehicle here. Well, thank you. I mean, these are, if you're interested, we'll be talking more about parking later in May and in June and probably forever. But thank you for coming today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Jantz. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. To Mr. Speaker Smythe, and I'm sorry I lost my voice from the playoffs on Game 1, so I apologize here. I want to talk a little bit more about the restricted covenants. You said 27 neighborhoods you're talking to. I have 5 neighborhoods who are actively signing restricted covenants in my 33 communities in my ward. And I think the thought is that these restricted covenants will be limited in the total number of community, but I'm seeing it as an opportunity to really immoralize kind of non-density and have the opposite effect of our zoning bylaw, where I have some communities that are almost at over 90% signed restricted covenants on every single house in their community. Are you, and I'm seeing some new communities come up to 50% of restricted covenants. Can you share with me, you know, how you're seeing these roll out? Are you seeing a huge uptake? Because I do think that that is a huge risk to our zoning bylaw. Can you speak more to that?
Councillor, I think it is a big risk to the zoning bylaw. You know, we haven't done any kind of analytics on the community's end. So, you know, because we've kind of been there, done that, we're invited to these workshops, talk about what we know, and obviously it's a very legalistic approach to it. So our first word of advice is to retain some lawyers, and there's a number of lawyers in town that are experts at doing this. So they get on board, and we just sort of speak from our heart and our own experience. So I don't have any kind of grand observations in terms of how this is rolling out. The only comment I would make is the diversity of covenants. It's kind of a full range of what is being worked on in different neighborhoods. So some are very limiting, and some are quite expansive in terms of what they allowed. I just think the burnout of community in terms of trying to refine a little bit the bylaw, you know, this was the plan B kind of, if you will.
Yeah, I think this is the only opportunity that people have to take, to understand, to decrease the amount of density that's coming into their neighborhoods in a gradual form, right? I think that's what's happening.
That's correct. And I do think that, you know, and I know we've talked about this before, this notion of one size fits all. We've lost sight of community and neighborhood planning. A lot of those neighborhood level plans were rescinded a number of years ago. So you don't bring that local neighborhood context to our plans. And what's good in one neighborhood might not be good for another neighborhood. So I think, you know, somehow, again, back to, I think, some of Bill's recommendations, I think, you know, we have to invent a process to begin to look at this. We've been arm wrestling around details about setbacks, height, massing 2 buildings, 1 building, but I think we've got to get at a table where all the stakeholders can be conversing about this to try to move forward. And in my mind, Bill's plan really helps us do that.
Yeah, I think people are looking for just predictability. When you look at the new neighborhoods, those neighborhoods are pre-planned. They know exactly where density is going, what it looks like. And I feel like in the mature neighborhoods, in the redeveloping neighborhoods, they do not have that. I'd just like to ask any speakers opposed that are online, do you have any comments any thoughts around the restricted covenant conversation that we're having right now?
Sure, this is Matthew. I'll go first. I don't mind it, honestly. I think so. Regarding the blanket approach, the previous bylaw was also a blanket approach. It's just a matter of how restrictive we are with each property. If we say you can only have a single detached or a duplex on 80% of the residential citywide, that's still a blanket approach. Now, regarding the covenant specifically, what they do allow is for property owners to take their property into their own hands and make that decision. And I don't see a problem with that, honestly. I think if people have concerns with the citywide bylaw, which is unavoidable because the city has to have land uses regulated, then restrictive covenants are a way to protect what they feel needs to be protected.
Thank you, Speaker Boonstra. Anybody else?
Russell Doak here. I was a speaker at the first version
Russell,
of the public
I'm actually
hearing.
going to lose time, so apologize.
And Russell, since we had a chance to ask you questions in the previous meeting, then we can't sort of go back and forth. So it's just for this panel. But Councillor Parmar is out of time either way. So thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll stick with you, Ms. Guest Boonstra. So I think, you know, the challenge in our public hearing process, and it's forever and always this way, it's governed provincially, there's no way to change it, is we're always, you have to register opposed or in favor. There's often not a lot of opportunity for nuance, and which we get to have in our committee meetings as an example. I give that preference, that context, because I mean, even hearing your comments, and you know, we're hearing from some speakers who are like, well, this change isn't nearly enough. They would like to go, you know, make even further changes. And then I've heard from yourself and Mr. Guest Silverstone saying, no further changes. It's going to, you know, remove our affordability, reduce the amount of housing. You had referenced the example of Minneapolis. Do you know how our zoning regulations compare to Minneapolis, out of curiosity?
Yeah, so from what I recall, we did go further than Minneapolis, both in terms of how many units are allowed and also just the amount of the city it applies to. And yeah, maybe I'll stop there.
Yeah, and I guess that's the question I would pose is that, because you're right, we do have a more permissive zoning than Minneapolis, which has had many case studies that have shown the benefit of affordability that they have experienced. Recently, CMHC released their own study here in Canada that showed that more permissive zoning regulations, or rather more restrictive zoning regulations, contribute to a 14% jump in housing prices. So I guess, you know, the proposal before us here would continue to make Edmonton a leader in North America. And I guess the question I'm struggling with is, I don't see how this change, or even, you know, the slight cuts in change, would actually put us anywhere from continuing to be the leader in North America.
I would say, going back to what the speaker Silverstone, I think it was, I could be wrong, said, North America doesn't set the highest bar. And
Agreed.
So one thing I would say on top of that is, for one, when we're looking at wanting, for example, more families moving into the redeveloping areas and the types of housing, like I hear concerns about boarding housing, for example. A way to ensure that we actually get those families we want is to make sure that the living spaces are livable, and reducing the allowable height even by that meter greatly reduces the amount of space, livable space, between all the floors. And I would ask that before any big changes are made going forward, Council considers looking into what changes would need to be made to the nodes and corridors in order to compensate for the reduction in units. Because
maybe, sorry, just to push back on you here, how is this reducing the number of units? Because that's the part I'm struggling with. I think right now going into this, we knew that the number of units is retained. You might have about a foot smaller ceiling in in each floor, but I'm not sure I understand the unit count reduction comments. So I was hoping you could help me with that.
Yeah, so I wasn't, and perhaps I misspoke, but I wasn't necessarily saying that the overall amount of units would be reduced, but rather the amount of livable space. So I was reading a piece from someone from Situate who said that 1 meter reduction would basically convert the upper floor of a housing unit from a usable space for living, like for bedrooms, to perhaps more of a storage space. And so it's changes like that perhaps would limit the types of people and families who would be able to use those spaces and actually use them as homes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's, yeah, I wanted to just understand that. And I guess, Mr. Silverstone, anything to add to this? Like, I get it, but I also am trying to respond to, what I hear is feedback from the community. And I get some people will not be satisfied by this change, but I'd love your thoughts.
I recognize there's 30 seconds on the clock. Yes, a meter makes a difference. I can point you to other housing places where that seemingly small change makes a difference. You either have 2 big stories or 3 very small stories. Unless you want an attic on every top floor, you have to have enough space, which is why it was suggested. I strongly suggest no amendments. We can go through details a separate time.
Okay. Thank you. I'm out of time. I'll move another round.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
Seconded by Councillor.
Oh, actually, I don't need to move another round. There's nobody else. Councillor Clark's removing himself off the board, so I'll just take the chair back.
Okay, chair is yours.
Thank you. There's nobody left for questions on this panel, so I want to say thank you to everyone on the panel. We'll let you grab your seat back, and then we'll move on to questions of our administration. All right, we'll move on to questions of our administration. This was originally selected by Councillor Elliott. I'll go to you first if you'd like.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Mayor. The only couple questions I have for admin is that if we move ahead with this and it goes down to 9.5 meters, is that the equivalent of like a 2.5 story type of thing? Or I'll just stop right there first.
So, Councillor, with the proposed change, there's examples out there today that still hit 3-story developments under 9.5 meters. We have examples that show you can have 3 stories as low as 8.9 meters. So what we'll really do is it'll change some of the optionality within the building program right now. 80% of our development on row houses are below 9.5 meters right now. So those 20% will just have to, if we were to apply these regulations backwards, they could still hit their unit count. They would have to just reconfigure some of their designs and likely just a lower development, either with a combination of lower ceilings or deeper basements.
So an example, that'd be like a 3-story with a flat roof would get inside that 9.5? Would that be an example?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if you can answer this or not, but if we were like, is this potentially moving it from an 8 to a 6? Am I understanding that correctly? Not really, right? And so I guess my question would be, would that, I guess it all depends on the developer. I'm just looking about green space, because I know that's been brought up in the past about not having green space or mature trees, that type of thing. So maybe I'm answering my own question here, saying that it's up to what the developer would propose that would increase green space. Is that a fair question or a fair statement?
The change of height wouldn't affect any of the site coverage in terms of the green space on site. It would just look to reduce the height, which reduces the impact on adjacent properties.
Okay, and my last, I have 3 minutes. August 1st is a proposed date if this were to go through. Do we have anything in place? Hypothetically, there could be, I'll say, a rush of applicants to get it in before this takes effect. Would we have anything to mitigate the rush type of thing, or that's just the way the process plans out?
So the implementation date is a balance between providing enough lead time for people to change their development program so that they can submit an application, as well as enough lead time for our staff to run through the existing development application, so we're not recreating work both on the developer side and the staff review side. So if we did an immediate implementation date, the applications that are in queue right now would have to be redesigned if they were over that 9.5 meters of height, which creates a system that is less certain and unpredictable for both the developer and the development planner. So it allows enough lead time to run through our existing development applications that are in queue right now under the existing rules, and then flip those over for any new ones that come in. So any new developer or development plans that come in today or onwards, if this is approved, would most likely fall under that new height because of our review times right now.
Okay.
And we would notify developers of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to administration around like restricted covenants, the city has nothing to do with implementing them, or really we're kind of hands off of all restricted covenants. But I'm wondering if there is the thought from administration on, you know, as we start to see 20, you know, we heard from the speaker, 27 communities, there's 5 communities in my ward who are actively, I have some communities that are almost 100% unrestricted covenants. Like, do we have a concern about the increase of restricted covenants on what it will do to this, you know, to this zoning bylaw?
So you're correct. The city doesn't take a position in terms of private to private restricted covenants, especially when we're talking about what we're talking about today in terms of limiting development rights between neighbors and neighborhoods. I think in general, as we see more and more of these neighborhoods move towards restricted covenants, we're obviously monitoring as best we can. We don't know what properties have these on, or what they're moving forward, or what the percentage of each neighborhoods are. But if more and more neighborhoods and an increasing percentage of them put those on, there's 2 schools of thoughts there. One is that it does become a barrier in terms of achieving our overall development goals, but the other piece is that it removes, or the other side of the coin is that removes these properties from the conversation, and then removes some of that heat out of the infill conversation.
Thank you. And so by limiting the 1 meter on the mid-block, does the administration feel like we would have more push towards the corners and like nodes and corridors and PGAs? Is that kind of like the thought, that we would, you know, decrease the height in the mid-block, and then it would make it easier for developers to go to corner lots and to different areas for density?
I think this height change addresses some of the issues experienced by neighboring properties. I don't think, because we're not looking at density changes or significant changes in other aspects of the zone itself, it would look to push development towards nodes and corridors or corners. Those development rights still exist in terms of 8 units within it. It just helps address some of those negative impacts on adjacent properties.
Yeah, I would say like this is a very, you know, we've had, you know, a large policy change in the new zoning bylaw. This is just a very small tweak there to make changes based on feedback of trying to look at how to decrease the mid-block concerns that we're seeing. Would you agree?
Correct. I think the next item on your agenda, all of these changes kind of work in concert, push maybe towards that more nodes and corridors development in terms of the intensity of scale and development. But the RS zone still remains at 8 units across board.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just want to, follow up on some of the information that was shared by administration. So I'm just going to slide 4 that shows the proportion of buildings that are under 9.5 meters. And I just want to confirm my understanding. So again, we are seeing that a majority, specifically around sort of the row housing, which is what aplexes would be deemed as, we're seeing that those are, a majority of those are happening under 9.5 meters.
That's correct.
That's correct. And for that, about 18%-ish or so, or I guess maybe 20-ish% that are above the 9.5 meters, Again, we don't sort of have a further breakdown in terms of which ones would be row housing, would be sixplexes or eightplexes. Do we have that information?
No, we don't have the breakdown of how many over 9.5 are the sixplex or eightplex, but yeah, out of all the permits shown on that slide, 1,198, 958 of them were 9.5 meters or less.
Okay, and again, that's sort of across all housing types. We're not seeing that there would be a disproportionate impact necessarily on row housing or eightplexes with that height restriction necessarily. There's still a majority of those developments happening under the 9.5 meter limit.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then I think, just to some of the questions we've had around, the change in height resulting in different unit configurations. I think maybe the question I have is that, when we're looking for housing diversity, does that include looking for sort of both primary homes and then also secondary suites, recognizing that they might all be classified as row housing units, for example, but that secondary suites or basement suites maybe offer a different housing choice than a larger unit?
That's correct. We would be looking to support a range from secondary suites, backyard housing, row housing, secondary, semi-detached, single-detached housing, all those sorts of forms, as well as multi-unit housing.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Okay, just to clarify here, so this suggestion, we're not limiting unit count mid-block. We're not saying it can't be 3 stories. This is simply encouraging developers who want to build mid-block to have a little bit more community and character, context, and neighborhood, and kind of respect the neighbors who are already there. Is that a correct statement?
It's correct, but just one slight clarification. The 9.5 meter height is for the entire zone, whether it's corners, types of housing, et cetera, for the RS zone.
Okay, thank you for that. And then with the August 1st kind of transition date, I just want to clarify that, so if this becomes an issue for developer, admin will kind of work with them on some suggestions on what they could develop in terms of plans, or maybe, help them in kind of other ways to say, hey, here's some other lots. It could be an opportunity.
So if people are coming forward with development plans in the RS zone, we will notify them that there is this impending height change, and then there's enough time in between now and August that they can either come in with a changed development set of plans or create their development plans with this change in mind.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I just had a question about the restrictive covenant conversation. Now, one piece here is that some of the areas having restrictive covenants, even if they're 50% of the neighborhood, you know what? I'll save it for debate. I'm good. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just jump in to say the restrictive covenant piece, that's not really what's on the, I've tried to give a little leeway, but I also should note council, the public's allowed to talk about anything, but council is actually here debating specifically the height change. And I would just caution council to be aware that the height is the part that we should be focused on. Restrictive covenants don't really affect the height conversation that's before us. So I know I've given a little flexibility, but I'd like us to just use that thoughtfulness as we go forward. Councillor Tang?
Yep. Great, thank you. It's been a few weeks since the first panel, but I just want to check, will products be viable? And are you hearing any of those feedback?
In terms of the height reduction, what we're seeing in terms of what our as-builts are, what our permits are currently, is that there's a wide range of products that will still be viable. What this height reduction will do is it will force some slight changes or some choices within their design in terms of what they want to privilege. Do they want to privilege a high basement suite in terms of a lower basement floor and a higher basement ceiling and another 3 stories on top of that? Or do they want to privilege larger two-story development above grade and a large basement, or other options within it? So I think what we would see is that optionality still remains and that choice still remains on the developer side.
Okay. The build infill priority action plan was brought up by one of the speakers, and I think this was released after the first panel spoke last time. Since then, you know, I'm actually pretty impressed to hear that, you know, there is the community interest and support to work on something that could potentially rally industry and community together. I guess what are you seeing could be the opportunity? I know we're talking about height reduction, but I think I do want to kind of close that loop with that comment that was made earlier.
Do you have a specific action or point that you want to address? There is about 20 actions in that build action plan.
Are you reviewing all of them? Is there any opportunity for future? Because I imagine this isn't going to be the only amendment we're going to look at this year. When it comes to the zoning bylaw, what is the next iteration of infill?
So in terms of the build action plan, what I would say that was not developed collaboratively with administration, although you see a lot of actions pointed towards the city of Edmonton. We weren't involved in that development, but nonetheless, we are happy that there's leadership among the industry that wants to support the infill agenda, including construction accountability, which we heard last week. So what we see in terms of that next iteration of infill, you will notice, and coming up, there's a number of reports that we're bringing forward in terms of lodging houses, in terms of tree protection, as well as refinements to the district plans and nodes and corridors, in terms of looking at where we can support that. But what we see in terms of the larger next phase of infill and policy work is that we view the district plans and the zoning bylaw as those heavy lifting regulation and policy pieces. We now need to work on that implementation side of things, how to get infrastructure in place to support this development, not necessarily a need to further expand development rights or policy that allows more enabling, because our current framework is quite enabling and we haven't seen the results of that yet.
I guess I point to that because, you know, I'm heartened to hear something that does garner, I guess, interest in collaborating across pretty diverse perspectives, and I wouldn't want the city to not participate in that either. Okay, I will leave it there.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. Just the one question, I know you talked about and you answered it in Councillor Clark's question. So this proposal would have a set height, even including on corner lots. Did you think about that? I think there is potential some opportunity around the corner lots to allow for more, to again further encourage folks to use corner lots and nodes and corridors. You obviously came back, I think, because of the council motion to do a set across the board height. Any thoughts about sort of breaking out the corner lots and continuing to allow them to be the 10.5 while all the mid blocks stay at the 9.5?
That is an option. Again, as you said, what you see today is a direct result of the motion provided by, I think, at the time, all 12 councillors. So the wording reflects that. I'm not sure the implications if we were to break that out, but what I would say is that it would because it's an increase, it's not a decrease, that it will require re-advertisement of the bylaw if we look to change that.
And that's why I was going to check, just to double check, because the current max is 10.5. If you were to make, if there was a discussion about keeping corner lots at the 10.5 and just doing mid-block, would that in fact need re-advertising because the current maximum is 10.5?
Yes, it would require re-advertising on the basis that somebody who was interested and thought what is before council is reduction across the board to 9.5 would want to come and speak to this exception that it leaves some lots at 10.5. So.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just thought I'd ask that out loud. And
I was just going to say, in past cases where that current permission was higher, I think what the difference here today is that this is a zone that applies broadly.
Exactly.
So that's why we would recommend that extra notification.
independent, and this goes a little bit to Councillor Tang's question, I guess independent of decision point today, right now there's not separate motions for a further set check-in, but administration is always reviewing, analyzing, and then you have the ability, if you're noticing trends, if you feel there's an area of opportunity to make adjustments, you would still be able to bring those forward if you're noticing trends that you feel are worth acknowledgement, correct?
Correct. We have our one-year omnibus zoning bylaw maintenance that we can bring that forward if we see those trends and want to address them.
Or if there's the opportunity for nuance. Because I do, part of me wonders, and again, this is the hard part about doing it right now, I don't think is the right time, but, if somebody was looking to build a new home that is between two homes that are already 8.9 meters, I don't think 10.5 meters is probably an issue. I think where we're worried about this is when you are on either end of a bungalow or if you have a bungalow on both sides of you. So as part of that review, you would be able to come forward if you think there's an opportunity for some nuance or additional changes to identify that, or if when that comes forward, council wants to do it, we could provide that direction.
Correct on both accounts. What I would say is that the zone has been in place since 2024. We've had 2 construction seasons with it. We've made some changes last year and potentially another one today, is that we would look to let the zone work for some time while monitoring it, just in terms of creating that predictability of a landscape for everyone involved.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Chair is yours.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford. Oh, wait, no, sorry, Councillor Rutherford. Just wait, because I have some guests here. I've got another grade 6 class here from George R. Lux School. Welcome to all of you here. Your teacher, Jay Kolskog. Did I say it right? Kolskog, thank you. Your city councillor, because your school is located in Ward Pehesawin, your city councillor is right over there on the side. Mike Elliott is there. Councillor Mike Elliott is waving to you. He's excited to see you, as we all are. And you are in the middle of a tour of City Hall right now. I imagine, looking at the time, you've probably done your mock council meeting now, correct? So where's the mayor from that mock council meeting? Mayor, did you want to come down to the podium and tell us a little bit about what you discussed? We'd love to hear from you. Mayor, yeah, that's great. We're so excited to have you here, Mayor, and love to learn from you. Yeah, please come on down safely. And Mayor, what's your first name? You can come right up to that microphone. Just tell me your first name.
Inez.
Inez? Mayor Inez, it is a delight to have you here. We'd love to hear from you about what you discussed in your mock city council meeting.
We discussed about bike lanes, if we should have more of them.
Oh, bike lanes, and we should have more of them. Yeah. We don't talk about bike lanes very much in this city, so I'm very interested to see. I see if I made people crack in the laughter. We weren't supposed to laugh, but I like it. Mayor Inez, what did you decide?
I decided that I do agree that there should be more bike lanes because I'm a frequent biker.
Oh, you're a frequent biker. What, did your entire council decide that?
Not really. There were some people that disagree and agreed.
Okay, what was the final vote?
They agreed.
More in favor of agreement than not. Okay, well, we appreciate that. I joked because it is a constant topic. Not usually actually in this room. It is actually often far more talked about out in sort of the broader public sphere. But what was one reason that your council decided that?
They decided that we should have more bike lanes because there's a lot of bikers, and sometimes bikers want their own space to bike and not people be there.
All right. Well, Mayor Inez, it is. Thank you so much for sharing with us. You're welcome to grab a seat, and thank you all for being with us here today. Always love having City Hall School here. It's a delight to have you. Thanks for sharing those your deliberations there. It's always tough because you're always going to have a mix of opinions and everything. And so even your class showed there was a mix of opinions on that topic. So there's definitely a mix of opinions on that topic in our city. So let us continue with Councillor Rutherford. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I guess to administration, I know why we're here today. I know that it was direction from council. But I feel like we need to like go back a little bit. I to call on the mayor, you know, go down a little walk down memory lane. I think that's what you say often. Can you remind me when the extensive public engagement was done on the zoning bylaw renewal, what was originally proposed for the RS zone was actually scaled back due to public engagement at the time? Is my memory correct?
Councillor, I think throughout the engagement, and that there's 5 years of that engagement, so there at different points might have been different representations of that. There was a 10.5 version. Internally, there was a 10 version. There was discussion through engagement around this notion of making it equitable with Greenfield. There is a reality in terms of context that the RSF zone, which is generally applied to the Greenfield zones of 12 meters, operates in a much different context in terms of there isn't an existing development around it, and everyone is buying into that community knowing what all of those developments are there. So the 10.5 was chosen based on a number of engagement points around the need for flexibility as well as utility location within the roadways, so basements could be higher as well as achieve the maximum 3 stories above grade. So what's proposed here today is, again, some of those trade-offs of on one side, on the no side would be if you want to continue to pursue that maximum allowance, while on the yes side of the proposal of 10.5 to 9.5 would be to allow in some cases to restrict and still provide that optionality within the zone to achieve the development outcomes of either 8 units and different types and varieties of units within that zone.
Okay. And then looking at some of the historical documents and the thoughts that went into the zoning bylaw renewal, there was a comprehensive community conversations, specifically doing GBA plus and equity analysis. And I'm just wondering, did the zoning bylaw team review those voices in this analysis for this bylaw proposed today, and what potential positive and negative impacts might come from this from a GBA plus lens?
So, Councillor, again, I think it comes down to the unit configurations, whether a developer chooses to provide a tall basement suite and 3 stories above, or a tall basement suite and 2 stories above, and those trade-offs that come with it. So in terms of the GBA plus analysis, it would be around there's a slight reduction in some of those options, where if a builder chooses to continue to want 3 stories and a basement, that will necessitate either shorter ceiling heights or a basement suite that has slightly lower ceilings or windows above grade. It will still have windows above grade. The analysis shows that on balance that you're still looking at about I think about 1 meter above grade in terms of that basement suite for the windows. So there isn't a complete reduction there in terms of light and access to light.
Okay, I'm out of time for another question. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so at this point I will ask members of council if they have any questions to either administration or any of our speakers related to new information raised during the public hearing, and that's just new information related to the public hearing. If any members of council have any of those questions, you're welcome to click on. And I'm not seeing anyone. Councillor Elliott had selected this. Do you want to move closure of the public hearing?
Yes, Mayor, move closure of the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Parmar, I believe. Yeah. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Councillor Elliott, did you want to move first reading?
Yeah, move first reading. Hopefully I have the reading here correctly. To amend zoning bylaw 20001 to reduce the maximum building height of the RS small scale residential zone from 10.5 meters to 9.5 meters.
Perfect.
Second.
You moved first reading of that bylaw. That's bylaw 21474. Seconded. No, that's great. No, you got it. Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Anyone wishing to speak, please click on the board. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I thought I'd just share a few words to speak in support of these amendments. I think it's been a really good conversation, and I think both sides have had really important perspectives, and ultimately I think that these proposed amendments do help strike a bit of a balance. So again, providing housing options is a key priority for me, and that I hear from Edmontonians as well. And I am not seeing anything in these proposed amendments that would radically alter, the number of units that are able to be provided. It looks more like a change in configuration, and a change in configuration that I think can actually end up supporting greater housing diversity by providing smaller, potentially more affordable and accessible units, along with larger family-sized homes as well. I think the data that we have suggests that a large majority of these projects will continue to be viable, and that there are designs that work really well to deliver housing options, but at a lower height that helps to minimize impact to surrounding properties. I think there are a lot of different approaches we could take. There could be more nuanced design regulations, more articulation requirements. I think those are valid, but they add a lot of complexity. So for me, this is a good way to achieve better design outcomes without overly complicating our zoning regulations. So thanks to everyone who came out to speak, and I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'll just make a few points. I think, one, this change responds directly to what we heard from residents about, massing, sunlight, privacy in the RS area. It still allows 3-story homes with slightly above grade basement windows. It still allows 8 units, but also encourages other kind of built forms that might have better context in certain streets and neighborhoods. Secondly, 80% of these recent approvals in 24-25 are already at this level on height, so it's kind of about right sizing the rule, what's actually being built. I don't think it's shutting down development potential here. So lastly, I think we're managing transition responsibly with this. There's a delayed effective date to kind of clear the pipeline, the variance tool, so people can proceed with that. So I think these suggestions make sense, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Mayor Nack. Yeah, I just want to, these are challenging conversations, right? Because I have emails both in my inbox that are for and against in my community, as well as we've heard lots, and thank you for the speakers for coming. I am going to support the change today to decrease, because these are really very small tweaks to a large body of work. And like people have said before, really will have a low impact, but will show that communities that we are listening to some small changes, although it's not, I think, the best change that people are asking for in their communities. It is one small step to show that we are listening to Edmontonians. So with that, I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I'm going to support this today, but with the caveat that I have a subsequent motion related to design standards in the RS zone that I'd like to bring forward. I can do that probably after lunch. And I also think in future we need to have a conversation about contextual modifiers. That if we are eventually in a place where you have a 9.5 beside a 9.5, that maybe you should be able to go up to 10.5 or 11.5 or 12.5 or something when they're in the same context together. I think that's allowing for that graduation. And I know that with the zoning bylaw, we were really trying to get away from contextual modifiers and going to one-size-fits-all solutions. But I think we need to be a little more iterative, because we're going to see some situations where as you might have an RS zone beside an RSM zone, and now we're restricting development rights there. And I would much rather have a house that's a little taller with a little more lawn, and a little more green space, and not lawn but garden or something else. And so these are the trade-offs. So this is not a today problem. This is just a flag for administration that I'll support this, but I think we need to keep looking at this. And I would say by and large, and I'll admit my own error here. When I was having conversations over the summer, I said things like, well, a sixplex would take up a little less space, but that's not true. A sixplex, an eightplex, or a fourplex, or a single could all be the same size. It's all about the form. And by and large, what people said to me is, I don't want that thing towering over me. And the towering is going to be mitigated here with this amendment. And it brings us much more to a place where many of the skinny homes that have been built in the last 5 years and many of the other developments in the last 5 years, they're closer to this space. And finally, I just want to flag the parking piece. You know, I was looking at a Neighbors United sign, and on one side it had a, you know, Neighbors United, and on the other side it had a drawing of 32 cars. And I think this question really, for me, shows more and more, and we heard it from speakers here too, that by and large the concerns about infill are not necessarily concerns about humans and heartbeats. They're concerns about parking. And we need to figure out a way to deal with parking in Edmonton and how to deal with parking fairly. Because no one's complaining if my mom and dad move in with me in my house. No one's complaining if I have another child. No one's complaining if I have a duplex and, you know, I decide to have 4 more children. What people are complaining about is if those 4 children get licenses and park cars on the street. And that's what we need to figure out. And that won't be solved unless we deal with the parking challenges. It won't be solved by RS amendments. It won't be solved even if we put on a full-on moratorium on infill in our city. We are still going to have parking problems because cars are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and people are there's more and more cars. And so what are we going to do about that? And I worry that when I talked to residents and I said, well, what if we said some sort of a change, like you're only allowed to park on your own property? People were like, yeah, that sounds fair. Because what they're worried about is the eightplex across the street bringing 32 cars. Although in reality, I've door knocked so many eightplexes. I've been doing parking surveys, and by and large, the people who are renting a small unit or a entry-level unit or a more affordable unit are not coming with cars. And we know from the research that most of the eightplexes are being built very close to transit, very close proximity to transit, where people can live more of a car-free lifestyle, rendering some of these parking concerns moot. So I just feel like we've been having the wrong fight as a city. We don't have we've been going back and forth over all this concern about zoning and infill, but it's really a parking problem. And I know we're going to be talking about this in May. I know we're going to be talking about this in June. Council Piquet just had an excellent motion on upping our parking enforcement. These are the problems we need to be solving, and we need to really be focused on making sure that we're solving the right problem here. So I'll support the motion today, with the caveat that I still think we need to be looking at modifiers for future for those situations when the context is completely different. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And I'm just going to do a quick reminder to the audience that even the small comments that are under your breath, we can actually hear because of the way Council Chambers is set up. And so I just ask for everyone's cooperation in allowing a neutral body here. If you really want to agree or disagree vigorously, nod your head as much as you can. That's a great mechanism to do that. Or if you really want to have a conversation, I would just ask that you step out to the edge there, just because we want to make sure everyone can be heard here thoughtfully. So next, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to reluctantly support this motion. And so I want to give a bit of context to that, because I've heard the excitement from a few of my other colleagues about, that they're happy to support. And I get it. Like, we want to be responsive, and we have been, right? There's examples many times of us being responsive and in a very short order of this bylaw tweaking and refining. But but there is a cumulative impact to that. And I hear the comments about things like concerns about restrictive covenants, and will this bring people along? Will they still do the restrictive covenants? Probably, because 9.5, as we heard from many of the speakers, isn't enough for them. And then I think about the neighborhoods where some of these restrictive covenants are going, in places like Laurier Heights or Wolf Willow. And I think about how right now the average house is barely under 800,000, maybe 779 if it needs some work. But these are beautiful areas of our city that we are now excluding. And yes, we've kept the unit count, but by reducing the height, by doing all of these things, we're slowly chipping away. And subsequent to this, the literal decision that we're going to be making next is further going to restrict that, because then we're going to say, okay, we're reducing it to 9.5, and then we're also going to leave, like the context that Councillor Jans just talked about, we're going to be removing if the next item is debated and is also supported. So I'm not going to preclude that decision, but I also want to highlight that already in the same meeting, there is a cumulative impact that is more significant than any one decision makes. You know, the whole motion that started the year-long debate we've been having about infill and tweaks and refinements to the zoning bylaw was actually very opposite to where we've ended up. That was my original motion, where I had said, like was mentioned, whether you have a single family home or an 8-unit complex, you could build a very towering mass building. And my idea, and it was a subsequent to the zoning bylaw renewal, was if you're only building a single family home, should you have the same height and massing allowance as if you're adding value by bringing in more people at more price points to a neighborhood? And that got lost in the conversation. And now we're taking what is probably, as to Councillor Stevenson's point, the simplest solution, but probably, to me, it actually ends up affecting the people that in that GBA plus analysis, where I went back and I read and listened to the quotes from those folks in 2020 who did focus groups and what they were needing and wanting and asking for. These decisions do affect those groups disproportionately. But I always talk about, it's the same with bike lanes, it's the same with other things. You know, sometimes concessions are needed to bring people along. So for that reason, I'm reluctantly going to support this for today. But we need to stop. We need to stop and just let the zoning bylaw live out its life for a while. Like one of our speakers said, give it 5 to 10 years. Continually retweaking and refining it to this extent, you know, every 6 months is not, you know, we've literally changed the rules every construction cycle so far since the new zoning bylaw has been in place. It creates uncertainty in our consistency as from an economic development perspective, which we've all said is really important, but it continually doesn't allow us to actually see the lagging indicators of success or failure. And so please, can we not do a subsequent? Can we please just let this ride with the decision today? That's my ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I understand, or I'm hearing people's reluctance to vote in favor of this. And so, but I'm taking the position that I can't vote in favor of it, and I will be voting no. There was comments made that it'll increase affordability and accessibility, but I'm also concerned with the livability. And if we're restricting people's ability to live in a livable basement suite with that sunlight that's often referenced. I'm also concerned that we'll end up getting more rezoning requests back on one-off basis to increase the height. So for that reason, I am voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think based on the speaking so far, I think we all know how the vote's gonna go. And I agree with much of what Councillor Rutherford had mentioned, but I land in a different place where I am opposed to this change. I heard, I asked about product viability, and I get it. There's still choices. People whoever's going to build on a lot is still going to have options, but I think those options will be a lot more limited. And I think when we do that, we start to limit housing diversity and choice, which will continue to erode housing affordability, which is something I've committed to, for this term. I don't think there's a silver bullet in terms of solving these issues of affordability and choice and housing diversity, and I think we need to explore many options. This is why I did support a number of changes made last year, and if I look at the administration's presentation, it doesn't actually capture what are the impacts of the amendments we made, even just since last summer. And already we are making changes again. And I don't, I've always saw zoning bylaw renewal as a living document that is open to amendment, but not to make changes before we're actually seeing the impact of the last changes. So for these reasons, to me, affordability, choice, and diversity is important to me. And those are the principles that I'm maintaining as I head into this vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Oh, we already had Councillor Wright. They're still on the board, so we'll just remove them. And Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, just quickly. I heard during the election lots of concerns with density around or infill around garbage removal, utilities, transit, transportation, and services. In my mind, 1 meter does a little to address those concerns, and I don't think those concerns are unsolvable. I think solutions exist and can coexist with density in our infill policy. I really worry about affordability. It's already come up. Rental viability, I can't support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So during the public hearing a couple of weeks ago, one of the speakers asked us a question about who's this change for? And the premise of their question was based off the fact that the people who had registered to speak either in favor or opposed were that they would, every one of them would be unhappy. Those that wanted to see more change was this is not enough, and those that wanted to see no change are worried about this being somehow the thing that would end housing affordability or ending housing choice. And again, this is part of the challenge of the public hearing process because you can only register in favor or against, and it is rare that you're going to have folks that have maybe a more in-between perspective, right? That's just sort of the nature of our system. And you look at, in fact, a lot of the speakers that registered, it's a lot of folks that have registered in the past to past public hearings, and those voices are important, and we need to listen to those voices. As well as, for me, the part that I really think about is who is this for? It's for all of the people who I met during the campaign who have those different perspectives, who aren't maybe on one end of like saying, you've got to go all the way back to the old mature neighborhood overlay of 2001, or you shouldn't ever change anything at all. And I'll actually pick on one particular community, although this was a common refrain in a lot of older neighborhoods. But I remember in particular my door knocking in Westmount. And when I was in Westmount, I heard from so many different people that on those days I was door knocking. The first thing they would often bring up in Westmount is bike lanes. And oddly enough, every person that brought up bike lanes in that community said, you know what, I really like the bike lanes in our neighborhood, which was maybe not what I was expecting based off how bike lanes is often a different topic and that can generate different perspectives. And so I remember being a little surprised by that. Folks that were like really supportive of this, wanting transportation choice, looking at all these things. And then they would follow it up with, and we really like infill, but we feel like it's just maybe a little much, like just a little outside of our comfort zone. It's getting maybe a little too much to that point where they're worried about that cumulative impact conversation. And And that was not an uncommon conversation in many of the mature neighborhoods that I was in. It was a particular one there, but I remember hearing it in Strathern. I remember hearing it in Strathcona. I remember hearing it in Garneau. You name it. I could pretty much pick almost every mature neighborhood, and there was a common topic around that. And these are from people who very, very clearly supported the need for the housing choice that this council has adopted. Edmonton is the most affordable major city in Canada by a large margin. We have one of the most permissive zoning bylaws in all of North America, and this change won't be enough for some, but I think it still finds that right mix of allowing for all of those things that have allowed us to reach the mark that we're at. We didn't get here by accident, but it does respond to, I think, what has been some legitimate feedback from folks who are feeling just that there could be a little bit of an adjustment. Originally, the thought was it was going to be a unit count, but then as we learned in the discussion earlier this year, almost 2/3 of the lots already can't have 8 units. So that clearly isn't actually the issue. I think that was the perception of the issue, but what we heard in the February discussions is that overall massing. And so for me, I'm very comfortable with this change because it would continue to allow Edmonton to be a leader in North America for our standard zone, while noting that there are the opportunities to rezone if folks are looking to do something more. It would continue the great work that has materialized, and it addresses what I think is a thoughtful need to change, so that with this change as well as the changes in July, we bring that more in scale to what has been allowed for development since about 2017 or 18, with the added ability to add a few extra units from what used to exist in 2017, 2018. So this is not a walk back in the sense of it's going to restrict unit counts. It's not going to undo the great work on affordability. This is going to be responsive to, I think, a wide variety of Edmonton voices who understand the need to continue the work that we're doing while also being thoughtful as we just continue this journey together. So I do agree with one of the other comments that I think this changes, along with the changes in July, need the chance to then go forward for some time so we can see the overall impact. And so that's why I'll be supporting this change. I'll take the chair back.
Chair is returned.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Elliott to close.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to thank my colleagues, because I heard Councillor Jans talk about parking. 100% I heard Councillor Rutherford and the Mayor. I hear everyone on this one. I know before and during, I've heard from Edmontonians who feel that the boxiness of the sheer scale of the new infill has been fundamentally at odds with their established neighborhoods. Reducing the maximum height from 10.5 to 9.5 is a step, and I think it's going to certainly work its way out here. It effectively lowers the ceiling on visual impact of new builds, and I hope encourages more respectful roof lines that better aligns with other houses such as bungalows, which next door. However, I do acknowledge that I've heard from many folks who feel that this hasn't gone far enough, and I know others feel opposite of that. While the 1 meter reduction helps, the reality is a 9.5 meter building can still be built anywhere, including, I consider, sensitive mid-block interior on our streets, which is the main thing that I've been hearing about this. My support today is based on that this is a step in the direction. I believe our future work, though, must look at location criteria, which I know the Mayor alluded to for, I think, in the corner lots for buildings. True respect for infill means directing our largest massing and highest density to what I believe corner lots and transit corridors, where the infrastructure and streetscape can actually absorb the scale. Putting the same massing mid-block continues to create friction with privacy and sunlight, and that 1 meter height reduction cannot just solve that alone. I am voting yes to move this forward, but I also believe that mid-block sensitivity is the cornerstone I need to focus on, and potentially all of us here. We are choosing progress over perfection today, and I look forward to refining our policies so we can look at density feels like an invitation to our neighborhoods and not just an imposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-3. Councillor Elliott.
Second reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Parmar for second reading. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-3. Councillor Elliott.
Mayor, who needs some assistance? I forget the language of it.
Consideration. Yeah.
Third for consideration.
Can you just say that on the mic there?
Third of consideration.
Yep. Moved consideration
Second.
for third reading, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote to allow consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you, and please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Elliott.
And for final, am I drawing a blank for final reading?
Third reading.
Third reading of bylaw 21474, building height amendments to zoning bylaw 20001, small scale residential zone.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Parmar for third reading. Please vote for third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-3. Excellent. So that covers 4.1. The next item, next items cross-referenced are going to be items 4.2 and 4.3, which are the amendment to the district policy charter bylaw 24000, as well as bylaw 21473, which is to amend a zoning bylaw. We're just doing a quick change in delegation. There will be a presentation, and then we'll call down our speakers at the appropriate time. And don't worry, everyone, although the slide, the first slide says item 4.22 and 4.23, that was the numbers from 3 weeks ago. So it's now just 4.2 and 4.3. So we are ready to go whenever administration is ready. There we go. Getting the name partially in the slide. There we go. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council. My name is Sean Boley. I'm a senior planner in the Planning and Environment Strategies branch. Next slide, please. Last summer, City Council directed administration to prepare potential amendments to the zoning bylaw and district plans that would limit mid-block redevelopment larger than small scale outside of nodes and corridors. These amendments were discussed at the February 9th Urban Planning Committee and again at the February 17th City Council meeting, where Council directed us to bring draft bylaws for these changes to today's public hearing. Administration proposes a suite of policy and zoning changes to address Council's motion. Changes include limiting locations where policy directs outright support for rezonings, limiting the application of the RSM small medium scale transition residential zone, and rethinking the way policy directs us to consider where to locate larger buildings. These changes work together to direct more redevelopment to the nodes and corridors. Next slide, please. The first proposed change simplifies where we support rezonings outside of the nodes and corridors. This change consolidates 3 policies that support rezonings for larger buildings into one with a more limited set of criteria. These criteria support rezonings at sites along arterial roads, which are either on a corner lot or are within 400 meters of a mass transit station. The connection of these sites to the mobility network and their location along the edges of neighborhoods and blocks make them well suited for additional density up to low-rise buildings, which are 4 stories tall. Next slide, please. Administration also proposes amendments to the purpose statement of the RSM zone. The changes would make this zone available only in nodes and corridors, on large undeveloped sites, and where supported by a statutory plan. The RSM zone is often proposed by applicants to provide slightly larger buildings on a standard residential lot. This is similar to what we saw before the new zoning bylaw was adopted, where developers would regularly seek rezonings from the RF1 to RF3 zone. The RS zone was created to provide similar opportunities as the RF3 zone and end the practice of widespread incremental small-scale rezonings. These rezonings do not meaningfully increase the number of homes, but do require a land development application and a public hearing. This proposed change to the RSM zone encourages small-scale infill to occur under the existing RS zone in most cases. Next slide, please. This image shows the areas where the proposed changes will support RSM and low-rise development outside of nodes and corridors. The highlighted areas are all along the arterial roads at either at a corner site or within 400 meters of a mass transit station. It's important to remember that all urban mix areas have the opportunity for more housing, primarily through the RS zone. In addition, the third proposed change will allow opportunities to consider additional density where contextually appropriate. Next slide, please. Currently, when we review a rezoning that doesn't have explicit policy support, we use a checklist approach. If a project checks off at least 2 criteria on a list, the city will consider supporting it. This formula has proven to be too rigid. A project might pass the checklist but still not be a great fit for that specific spot, or vice versa. We propose moving away from this approach to provide a more complete review of local context based on the unique details of the site and surrounding area. This will allow administration to have more meaningful discussions with both neighbors and applicants about what works for that specific site. It gives the city more flexibility to say yes to projects that fit well and no to those that don't, based on all the local characteristics. This policy will not be used to support the RSM zone due to the changes to the RSM purpose statement already discussed. This means that this policy will be reserved for cases where more meaningful changes in scale are appropriate. Next slide, please. The proposed changes do not apply within nodes and corridors. They also do not apply where another local plan is in effect. Neighborhoods with an area redevelopment plan, such as the exhibition lands, will be unaffected by these changes. The proposed changes apply in urban mix areas outside of nodes and corridors where only a district plan is in effect. Next slide, please. Thank you. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Well, before we do that, we've got a number of speakers, and we're going to start with our speakers registered in favor, and we have 4 of them so far. That's David Despin, number 1. Please come on down. Greg Christensen is number 2. Rob Smythe is to answer questions only, speaker number 3. And Lydia Kwan is number 4. And I think Lydia is not in person, might be online, right? Lydia, are you online?
I am.
Thank you.
I am.
Fantastic. Great.
Thank
Well, we'll
you.
just get everyone seated first. And David, not to throw you off, but actually you might want to come to this corner just because our number 1 is there. So I want to make sure council knows. Although many of you have been here before, it's always good to have to follow the numbers so we don't lose track of who's who. Oh, I see a few additional speakers. Our clerk's going through. We have people that we're just getting confirmation. Do we have some additional names or?
We have Jennifer Faulkner and David Lynch to add.
To in favor instead of in opposition? Because they're both in opposition right now. Oh, you both registered in favor? We'll make sure this reflects that. So let's go. David Lynch would be next then, if you can take number 5, because number 4 is online. So you want to take, okay, you're going to put Jennifer then at number 5? Okay, Jennifer's going to take number 5. David's going to take number 6, because I have number 4 as Lydia Kwan. So yeah, it's just, we'll leave that chair empty, even though Lydia's actually there. But that way we keep everyone in the order, and we'll update our records. If you've got the paper copy, just make sure you can take speaker number 10, who is in opposition, Jennifer Faulkner, and you can bump her into number 5 on the in favor, and then speaker number 7 in opposition, which was David Lynch on your list, is now going to be speaker number 6 in favor. So just so you have that handy for everyone. Excellent. Okay, I think we've got, and then they're going to update that list, and we will be taken care of here. I'm just going to update my list so I don't lose track. Wonderful. Okay, so we're going to start, again, just a quick reminder, I know most of you were already here when we did the initial, everyone's got 5 minutes. There's a timer both on the screens up above, and for those in person, there's some lights right on the podium. We have that 5 minutes. If you're online, you'll have the online timer, but we also ask or recommend that you can keep a timer yourself. Just to make sure we're all staying firm. We have a lot of speakers, so we're going to get through as many as we can. We can get through 3 before the break. David, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I live in Spruce Avenue. I happen to be on a corner lot, and I'm within the 400-meter direct beeline from the Kingsway Garden, Kingsway LRT station. So this kind of conversation today affects me personally, but
do you want to just get real close to that mic, David? Just it's a little thing. Yeah, you might want to slide your chair over just a bit. Don't worry, I'll give you a few extra seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I live within one of these transition zones in the RS, within 400 meters of the LRT station at Kingsway, and as a corner lot, I think it's very important that the transition of having this type of induced directive for intensity is important in a practical sense, because most of the residents in my community they make use of alternate forms of transportation because of the LRTs there. More density is coming all the time, and I think it's important that we keep this policy going forward in that direction until we get better utilization of our mass transit system. I also think that it's important that there should be a degree of transition as far as graduation and height. So anything that's outside that transition zone can be covered within what was the discussion that was just held previously. And but if the development concerns or objectives of the city is to increase density over time, perhaps the 400 meter is a little bit restricted. Maybe it should be expanded at least 5 or even 600 meters from the transit center to increase the land base to afford the development community a greater opportunity in the fullness of time to reach those objectives. So that's what I want to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Speaker Greg Christensen. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. I'm here to speak in favor, particularly as it relates to the aspect of city plan, which is the foundation of all these discussions and broader than just immature neighborhoods. And I believe that the metropolitan area of Edmonton, I'm by background, most you know, of a long-time multifamily developer, and I've been president of Canadian Home Builders Build at national, provincial, and local, and also regional Chamber of Commerce and Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. And I think city plan was well conceived and provides lots of opportunities for densification. I've personally done 3 urban villages, what I would call an urban village, 7 to 14 acres, done one as large as 50 acres, and you're talking sort of 1,000 units up. And I think the amount of densification and housing choice that can be provided by urban villages and densification through city plan principles dwarfs anything that happens in mature neighborhoods. I think it's regrettable that we're talking about 3-story apartments in Edmonton's beautiful mature neighborhoods. I think the principle of RMS needs to be enshrined around nodes and corridors and transit-oriented areas. Some transition might be a different discussion. I think if there's any ambiguity about that, you're going to open up a lot of conflict. I think we saw some good olive branch type discussions, Mr. Smythe. Others, as I said, I've involved also with Edmonton Neighborhood United, and I have great respect for all these groups. And this is a grassroots movement, as you know. This is not a small ad hoc eccentric group, and they have the best interests of our city and their community at heart. And I think you heard a great deal of respect and some grounds to build on, particularly in the area of public consultation. I think the zealotry to drive through these 8-unit apartments has resulted in a notion where variances, we're told when we apply, and I've been involved in helping some people with applications, if there's any variance, it doesn't get listened to. And many of the people in the neighborhoods were unaware of any details of the applications. If it conforms and there's no variance, they don't even get copies of plans and information. The dialogue is very little, and I think you're seeing a lot of that work coming to City Council and SDAB, Subdivision Development Appeal Board, when it should be done in earlier stages. And I think we've got a good overall vision for our city, but I think we're tripping over some of the details in this bylaw. And so I very much support the fact that we have the opportunities there. I just want to, in terms of numbers, it was only at the start of February that the Century Park rezoning went through 4,500 units. Like, those are meaningful numbers for densification, and they do have an impact on economic development and housing choice. But I think going into mature neighborhoods and slamming and forcing in, and largely I think a lot of this current interest has been developed by the CMHC 95% mortgage program and not good planning principles. But I am in here to support the notion that the RMS zoning around nodes and corridors is a valuable tool. As you know, it adds another story. It goes from 40% coverage to 65% coverage. I think you should make sure that this does not pop up in RS zoning areas as future applications for rezoning. I think the door should be shut on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smythe, just to confirm, you were registered for questions only. Do you have anything you want to share first?
No, questions only.
You're good? Okay, thank you. We can definitely get guest Lydia Kwan in. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Almost noon, actually, and lunchtime. I am presenting as part of the residential infill working group, and I support all the changes that you're suggesting and the amendments before you today. I do have a question around the 400 meters around the arterial road situation that was mentioned earlier, which I will raise later in my presentation. But I want to be direct with Council that changing the bylaw on its own or the district plans without changing how it is applied, and I think that's what you've been hearing an awful lot in some of the underlying concerns regarding the earlier discussion, will not solve the problem that you're trying to address or make the gains that you expect. Therefore, in addition to this, I would strongly urge that you deal with the process of compliance with your own bylaw. Compliance, I think, would make, in my experience, working with many of these cases, is it would make a substantial difference. And in reflection of Councillor Palmer's comment, it would provide clarity of expectations for everyone. The most immediate issue lies in how permits are reviewed for consistency with the bylaw. And Mr. Christensen alluded a bit to the whole issue of communication. Compliance is being assumed at the development permit stage rather than demonstrated. Issues that could be caught early are instead discovered during construction, where they are far more costly for developers, for adjacent property owners, and for the city. An old principle in the building industry is pertinent here, I think: measure twice, cut once. Architects say resolve it in the drawings, not in the field. The same logic applies here. Resolve compliance at the permit stage, not during construction. Make sure that developments are truly compliant before approving permits. And this is not happening now. It's ironic that we apply our most rigorous technical review to greenfield sites, which are open, forgiving lands that are relatively straightforward to build on. And yet in mature neighborhoods where the lots are tight, grades are irregular, trees are mature, infrastructure is aging, soil and drainage is a challenge, we do less scrutiny. This is exactly backwards in my view. Constrained sites require more evaluation up front to protect developers from red tape and expensive fixes downstream, and the community from negative impacts. City plan calls for a collaborative approach to growth, but the current permitting process is anything but collaborative, as you heard from Mr. Christensen. The consequences are predictable, and I have seen them firsthand, as have engineers, architects, qualified builders, developers build, and of course, adjacent property owners. Development spills beyond its intended footprint. Enforcement becomes reactive. Costs accumulate for everyone. Public trust erodes when problems that could have been caught upfront are not. Through my work with communities and SDAP hearings, I can say with confidence this is not an isolated issue, nor is it universal. It's not every case. Not every application presents these problems, but it is a clear pattern with multi-unit infill on constrained interior lots, and it is a pattern that better upfront planning could largely eliminate. So I'm asking for three things. First, make all the amendments and changes you're passing today effective immediately. I think this will go a long way. It's to like taking off the Band-Aid. It might hurt a little bit, but it will be much more influential kind of change. Do not delay implementation to August. In terms of the district plan, look at more closely at the development units, dwelling units per hectare and the triggers there in terms of these cumulative impacts of seeing multiple big lots, units being developed on one singular block, in effect changes the zoning of that area without any jurisdiction to do so. Second, direct administration to route all multi-unit infill above 4 dwellings in mature neighborhoods through complex development review lane, with demonstrated bylaw compliance required before any permit is issued. This is not a regulatory burden. Rather, it enforces the proper application of the framework you already have, and it provides clear expectations. Third, confirm that district plans are mandatory considerations in development permitting, with governing weight to provide guidance in the application of the zoning bylaw. The problem is that the bylaw is not being applied in its entirety. When intent is ambiguous, the current process defers rather than resolves things. What should be a land use decision at the permit stage becomes a construction and a compounded enforcement problem later. Time is lost, people are frustrated, and costs accumulate. Planning properly at the outset costs very little, and the rewards are substantial.
Thank you
so
very much. That is your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. We're at 11:57, so in order to make sure we're not cutting ourselves short or cutting speakers short, this would be a good time for us to take our recess. If we'd only had one more speaker, we might get through it before the break, but we have 2 more speakers plus questions, so I want to make sure we give everyone their time. So what will happen is we're going to be on recess until 1:30. At 1:30, everyone who has registered and who has been speaking in this panel, I'd ask you to be here by 1:30 in your seats. That way we can start right at 1:30. I appreciate not everyone might be able to stay after the break. If you can't, that's all right. You can also join in virtually if you're unable to be here in person. And just to everyone else, so you have a sense of what we're doing. So 4.2 and 4.3 is what we're currently on. The next item of business after we finish that, and just to be clear, there's another 10 speakers in opposition. We'll allow them to speak. We'll ask questions of them. Then we'll ask questions of administration. So we've still probably got, I'm guessing at least an hour and a half to maybe even 2 hours at least of work after the break on this item. So those waiting for the Elmwood Park item, which is 4.4 and 4.5, those are cross-referenced together. That'll be after we finish this item. Then we move on to item 4.6, which is the South Terwillegar item, and then the final item of business for the day is the Britannia Youngstown item. So that's how we'll proceed with the agenda. Again, this item's likely to take some time after the lunch break, so be here, but I appreciate, can't really set a firm time. So we're on our recess until 1:30, and we'll start right at 1:30. Thank you. We'll start with a roll call. Councillor Morgan?
Here.
Yeah, wow. Yes, you are. I love it.
Sorry.
Councillor.
Afternoon.
Oh, hi,
Councillor
Councillor
Prince Pay's here.
Thank you, Councillor
Hi.
Chance.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang is coming out in just a moment. Councillor
I'm
Palmer.
here.
Oh, hello.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Not yet. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and Councillor Wright. Not yet. Perfect, but enough to continue on. Next up on our speakers list was Jennifer Faulkner. Please go ahead. You'll have, they changed our same order, but in different rows. Anyways, go ahead, Jennifer. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Faulkner, and I'm here today in place of Jan Hardstaff of the Residential Infill Working Group, who couldn't be here today because of the rescheduling. So, like many, I've taken an unpaid day off work to be here because this is so very, very important. The RIWG supports changes to the urban mix policies proposed in Bylaw 21472 that delete the multiple location criteria for upzoning throughout neighborhoods. This change will encourage redevelopments and infrastructure upgrades towards nodes and corridors as directed by the city plan. However, we have concerns about the new policy 2.5.2.4b, which states that the change will, quote, support low-rise development in locations outside of a node and corridor area at sites that are along arterial roadways where, B, the site is a corner site. Supporting low-rise developments on every corner on every arterial road in the city appears to be a random spot rezoning without much thought given to all the factors which need to be considered, including the impact on adjacent properties, such as compatibility with neighborhood design, lack of functional developments, privacy concerns, environmental concerns, safety concerns, massing concerns, and many other concerns that you've heard at these public hearings. Turning to item 4.3, amendments to the RSM zone, RIWG supports removing the RSM zone as a transition zone and clearly placing the RSM zone within nodes and corridors and large development areas, including neighborhoods within the Henday and whole block redevelopments. Together, these urban mixed policy amendments and the RSM changes create clearer node and corridor boundaries and greater certainty for developers and communities. Further, as next steps, we suggest that you take this opportunity to further clarify zoning items like these by using district general policies and district plans to guide rezoning decisions at the higher level by adopting a community-led approach to local area planning. Build's Infill Priority Actions Report advocates for this to create, quote, stronger coordination and shared expectations about where major and minor redevelopment should happen to best align with the city plan, help reduce friction, and build public confidence in how redevelopment occurs. The RIWG concurs. By giving communities a seat at the table, we can work together with industry and other stakeholders to create strategies that address the consequences of additional intensity in the area. This is about effective development that works. This is about creating the community of communities that the city plan talks about and that Edmontonians see as something that makes our city such a great place to live. Planning with the people in an area, both longtime and new residents of infill, alongside development industry stakeholders, is essential and is supported by the Municipal Government Act. Good local planning will minimize neighborhood disruptions and provide more predictability for everyone. You all know the city's responsibility to ensure that the redevelopment of an area is orderly and managed well. We ask you to support the changes proposed here today, but not to stop with them. Listen to the voices that come to you and who are looking to find ways of working together. You yourselves have recognized that cities evolve over time and that the best city building is a dynamic, ongoing, community-led process built on relationships of trust and collaboration. We all know this to be possible. By working together, we have achieved great things. And by working together on an ongoing basis, we can achieve much more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last speaker on this panel is David Lynch. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
We can get that mic. It's going to be a little hard actually standing at that podium because that mic, you have to pretty much lean right in.
Well, I will lean in and
Okay.
speak to it
Yeah.
if everybody can hear me.
Yeah, that's fine too. Yeah,
Okay,
you can.
thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. And I ask you to go to slide number 7 for me. Thank you. And I'm speaking on behalf mainly of the Windsor Park Community League. In your package for the previous meeting on April 7th on pages 47 and 48, there is a two-page document that indicates the support of the Windsor Park Community League for these two bylaws that are coupled together on the RSM. And so the Windsor Park Community League strongly supports the stated purpose of directing the large-scale developments to nodes and corridors, and strongly endorses the stated need to correct the balance between encouraging infill development and minimizing disruption to the established areas, such as, in our case, Windsor Park. Following the approval of this bylaw, 21-472, if that occurs, Windsor Park Community League requests that the term additional scale be defined somewhere. There is no definition that we could find for that, and hence that would give rise to additional subjectivity if there wasn't some bounds around what additional scale meant, and thus that would reduce uncertainty in the planning processes. Next slide, please. And so this is just a piece, it's very small, so I don't expect you can read it, but the 8 sections in there are now the piece in which consideration for additional scale could occur. And the 8 of them are very subjective, and that was defined in the presentation. They're largely undefined, we think fairly vague and subjective. Appropriate size support to support additional scale, scale and use permitted on adjacent sites, and so on. From the Windsor Park Community League perspective, we seem to have gone from very prescriptive to completely non-prescriptive in one fell swoop. So we encourage approval of the bylaw. We're not saying slow it down, but if that occurs, then later, as you have experience, perhaps put a little bit more definition around those 8 items so that there's a little bit more knowledge of what it actually means, because some of them you can read both ways. You could use it for or against a project, the same criteria in some cases, because it is so subjective. Next slide, please. And so this is now for the bylaw 21-473. Again, the Windsor Park Community League strongly supports the proposed changes to amend zoning bylaw 2001 in relation to the RSM zones. Then, an important point we believe. Given the magnitude of some of the RSM developments, I said possibly hundreds, let's just say with very high density dwellings, integrated cumulative impact assessment along with neighborhood level densification targets are essential. This is for good planning purposes. If this is not done, we are actually down the road of unfortunately, poor planning. What does integrated mean? Well, as it turned out, Councillor Rutherford in the Edmonton Journal on April 10th is quoted as saying there was a design miss on 132nd Avenue that a couple of rows were taken out for cars, but the windrows were all then placed on the edge of the car routes. People couldn't park, couldn't even drive on it, as it turned out after a while. That's a miss of integrated cumulative impact assessment because it wasn't integrated across all city policies and procedures. And there's lots of examples of that going on. So this consideration that's allowed for under this bylaw should include things such as traffic, snow clearing, road maintenance, back alley maintenance. If you put hundreds of cars into back alleys that never had them before, some of our back alleys look like they've been shelled with mortars. It would also involve things such as fire, police. If you go from 300 single-family dwellings to 4,000, 5,000 individuals in the neighborhood, it's the police, the EMS, or the fire, all of those things need some consideration before the approvals occur. Because right now, a lot of these things are going build by right. There is no consideration going at all. And so just to the next slide, please, and I'll just finish on this one. So the issue that we're running into is, what is the target for densification? I know City Council made a decision not to have neighborhood level targets. We believe that has to change to enable good planning to occur so that the services in the city, utilities planning and others, fire and EMS, know how many people are likely to be concentrated in certain areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are our speakers in favor, and so now would be the opportunity for questions of our panelists. Please feel free to click on if you have questions for our panelists. And I think Councillor Elliott selected it. Councillor Elliott, do you have questions for our panelists? That's okay. Anyone else? I might, if nobody else does. Sorry? Oh, it's coming.
My apologies, Mayor. I was trying to get through, but no questions at this time.
Okay, no problem. That's all right. No one there. I wrote a question, literally, and now I don't know where I put my question. So nobody else, so it's just me patiently distracting everyone while I pull that up. I honestly cannot remember what I was going to ask, so I will.
I'll ask the question.
Oh, Councillor Palmer has a question. Well, I thought I wrote it down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for speaker number 1, Mr. David Despins. Hi,
Yes.
I think it was you that talked about it should be actually more than 400 meters from an LRT. It should be 500 to 600.
Correct.
Some of my neighborhoods that are in the West End, just even the 400 would encompass their entire neighborhood. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts for me of doing it to 5 to 6 right away, or whether that could be gradual.
Perhaps 5 to 6, maybe it should be 4 to 6, and it could be nuanced to the context of the individual community.
Yeah, I think that's the case of that, where you have set numbers and you're trying to look at the context of every community, of trying to understand that. I think we have talked a lot about as a council how we want to have density around LRT and mass transit. Just trying to understand how you actually do that and not take over the whole neighborhood, or you gradually change it over time versus, a one time. So maybe it's a range is what you're saying.
Well, in the context of my own community, where I'm hemmed in on all sides by corridors or a transit node, if we stick with the 400, it leaves a small core area that would be like a 2x2 block zone, which would be strictly RS. So, that kind of like tells you what the shape of things would be to come in its fullest extent over time. And that small little core area would be kind of like, like you're like in some kind of fortified zone of tall buildings or taller buildings. And I think the earlier discussions of the morning, we were talking about height restrictions and so forth. Again, I was in favor of that one as well. But I think it should be in the context of whatever the height is in the adjacent property. If it's an RSM or whatever, or it's an existing eightplex that's 10.5 meters, then you should still have 10.5 and allow market conditions, the domino effect, the whole block goes. But anything else that hasn't yet have such a degree of height, it would be under the new bylaw. But that's another argument.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is that, you know, it would be nice to have some sort of gradual transitions,
Exactly.
right? Where it's like the one, and we do have that, I think, in some commercial areas where it's like if it's one, then the next to it can have it and the next to it, but we just don't have it for all of our zoning right now. But I think, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councillor Wright? Councillor Wright, there you are.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know how I got on the board.
All right, no problem. We got you. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. I'll go to Speaker Christensen. You kind of mentioned about urban villages and how this change kind of promotes that sort of idea. I wonder if you could just speak about how this benefits kind of that idea, and then also maybe developing areas that have kind of been underdeveloped that are in these nodes and corridors in LRT.
I'll try and answer it, and maybe you could clarify for me, but the principle is when you have a village with diversity of multifamily types, it lends itself to walkways, it lends itself to transit, it lends itself to apartment buildings with elevators, possibly townhouses, quite a diversity. And particularly if you get into the larger parcels, which the city has many, and I'm saying 7, 8 to 14 acres kind of thing, you know, you can support supportive services, assisted living, home care hubs, I believe, will be a way of the future. Right now, the government's struggling with long-term care, $1 million a bed in many cases, hospitals, $11, $12 million a bed. Yet the seniors want to stay in their community and they want to live in a residential environment with social amenities. So I believe those developments are best suited for what I would call urban villages or nodes and corridors. Corridors a little trickier. And I think that there needs to be, as you heard from the other speakers, some clear delineation. I get the principle of transition, but I think we're going to have a lot of frustrated communities if these big areas around transit stations can be turned to RMS. They haven't even wrapped their brain around RMS yet. They don't realize that every RS application that comes in could have been an RMS rezoning with 4 stories as opposed to 2 or 3, and 65% coverage instead of 40% coverage. And I think you're going to see some heartbreaking people. We were talking even at lunch that a lot of mature neighborhoods, people that have built their houses up, improved them, their yards, they're getting disgruntled. They're getting depressed by lack of control over their neighborhood, lack of feedback, lack of proper communication. And I think people in surrounding communities will gradually see people relocating to them. So I'm not negative to Edmonton. I think there's room for all of these different built forms. But the idea that you're protecting affordability by knocking down single family homes, they should be considered as an asset to the community, particularly when it comes to newcomers and young people who want to get started. And you just can't build a brand new house for under about $500,000. So this notion you're going to knock down these well-maintained older houses and put in 8-plex apartments. We have so many areas for apartments, what I'm calling these nodes and corridors, and sites that are zoned for that I don't think that'll be the problem for Edmonton going forward. I think all cities will struggle to keep proper and affordable single-family houses. So I vote for clear delineation between RS, RMS, and nodes and corridors. And I think we've heard it argued that clarity and transparency is important to building trust. And trust has been severely damaged by this mismanagement of this zoning bylaw. I think it's recoverable. I think this process has been intense in a lot of speakers, and I think you've heard a lot of similar perspectives, but all good intent, and I'd like to see that as an outcome of this exercise, even if it's temporal, even if we're going to stop for a point in time and say, okay, let's get this thing put to bed for a time being, let's move on to other business. It's not my job to determine that, of course, that's yours, but then come back to again when you have a chance to monitor some of the outcomes. But I think people need to hear, A, that they're being listened to, and B, that there is some clarity around where these big mass buildings go in, and I don't see them as being particularly valuable, the 8-unit apartment. I like townhouses for families, but they don't suit an elevator, they don't suit aging population, they don't suit people with disabilities. Those are going to be found in the bigger multifamily developments. I would argue for home care and assisted living, you need 50 units minimum, or 100 units. That just doesn't fit into an 8-plex apartment. So how is that going to be a pitch to retirees in a neighborhood that there's 8-plex apartments going into their neighborhood? I think it's actually discouraging, not encouraging. I don't know if that really doesn't answer your question. That's just.
I think you hit on a whole bunch of things there, so
Okay.
I appreciate it. I'm all
Thanks
good.
for the opportunity.
Thank you. I think since Councillor Stevenson had to transfer to the phone, maybe it's easiest if I go to Councillor Tang just to take the chair, if that's okay.
Got it.
Thank you. I found my question. Sorry, it was to Ms. Faulkner. You'd raised the specific concern about 2.5.2.4b about supporting low-rise developments that are along arterial roads and on a corner site. And I maybe just wanted to dig in a little bit more, because I think maybe where I wanted to make sure I understand it is that low-rise developments have been permitted on arterial roads for decades, not just on a corner site, but on a mid-block, but on arterial roads. So I actually was sort of interested the other way, and I was going to ask administration about that, because I found that surprising, because we've done low-rise on arterial roads forever. So I'm just curious if I'm missing something from the RIWG's perspective.
I think that the RIWG's perspective is that if you do it in a blanket way, so all corners on all roads all the time, always, it's very similar to saying 400 meters from a transit site, no matter where you live or the neighborhood context.
Yeah.
So I think the point is that we want to have higher density development urged toward or incentivized towards nodes and corridors,
Yep.
and have that very well defined, so create those clear boundaries. And also to recognize that one size fits all, everything all the time always, doesn't always work. So the context of wherever they're going needs to be taken into account, and I think that's the major point that we're making.
Would you have, like, I guess what I'm trying to do is visualize an example, because I think there was a separate motion by Councillor Jan, because I think about a community with that's on an arterial road, but where the houses face the interior street
Yep.
versus facing the arterial road. That's an exception. But I think outside of that, would you have an example of where we wouldn't want to do a low rise on a home that's facing an arterial road?
Well, when you're facing it, I mean, again, that goes to neighborhood context,
Yeah.
Mayor. So I think that you've kind of hit it on the head, is that it's the context of the neighborhood. And what our concern with this particular wording of this is that it gives a blanket zoning everywhere all the time, always.
Which is generally what we've done with low rise, and that's why I'm just trying to get a sense of, so is what Councillor Jan's previously moved capture the flag that you would have around low rise, specifically where a home is facing the interior street versus facing the arterial road? Because I'm just trying to think if you have any other examples. Like, to me, in my mind, any arterial road where a home faces the arterial road is something we have allowed for low rise for, I think, actually since the 70s in a lot of cases. So you would continue to be fine with that. What you're specifically worried about is anything where that home is facing the interior street, captured by, I think, a previous motion by Councillor Jantz. Or is there anything else, any other variable I'm missing in that equation?
Well, possibly there are other variables, and again, I just want to bring you back to the fact that I'm here because Jan Hardstaff can't be, because it got rescheduled. So I think you're correct. However, I would defer to my colleagues on the RIWG for a clear answer.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to thank you. I appreciate that. Those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Those are all the questions for this group of panelists, so thank you all. You're all welcome to grab your seats back up there, and then I will start calling down our speakers in opposition. We have, I believe, 10. I'll just pull up my list to see if there's been any changes. Great, so we're going to make our way through. We have number 1, Andy Beal. Number 2, Anita Yelkanen. Number 3 is Lisa Sermon. And Lisa, are you here either in person or are you online? I don't see Lisa yet. Bev Zubat is here, I think. Or no, Bev? Not yet. Eric Camaracci. Eric? Not yet. I definitely see Elaine Soles. There's Elaine Soles. Come on down. Jeff Booth is up there. Sean Sedgwick, sorry. Please come down. Bradley Thiessen. I don't see Bradley online, and I don't see in person. Okay, Marcela Figuera, yes, is here in person. Come on down. And Matthew Boonstra was here earlier and still here online. You can hear us, Matthew?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Great. Well, we'll go through the list, and I'll make sure to call on the names that weren't here yet before we wrap up, just to make sure they've had their chance. I think that captures all of the names. Fantastic. Oh, and that's fair. Yeah, I think I had originally hadn't had Matthew Boonstra on this list, on the paper list, but is on the Google Docs. So that's why we had that name. Great. As per usual, again, just a friendly reminder. Oh, and is Andy here? Sorry, I just assumed because Andy was here earlier, but I don't see Andy now. Andy, are you online? No. Okay. Well, if Andy shows up, I know he's here this morning, and if he can join in after, that's fine. All right. So again, just as a reminder, everyone will have 5 minutes, and Nita Jalkanen is going to be next. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Nita Jalkanen, and I have invested in my home and garden for 30 years. Next slide, please. It's hard to miss the developer-friendly language in policies, contextual factors to make larger-scale developments appropriate, further discretion, removing limits, improving rezoning outcomes for whom I might ask, providing certainty for developers, provide greater flexibility for developers, etc. Next slide. Many of the reasons we bought our homes are now the nuanced factors that you will favorably consider to approve a larger-scale development. Next slide. Please take note that we did not invest in Edmonton to have our investment devalued. Next slide. Homeowners get 5 minutes to speak, and we don't get the closed-door meetings. So what do homeowners need? We need predictability. We need stability. We need our financial viability secured and considered, our rights protected, our investment protected, and our largest asset protected from devaluation. Next slide. We should not be made to feel afraid every time a house on our block goes up for sale. Next slide. This is the 6-suite mid-block apartment building down my southern property line. Next slide. As a quick refresher, homeowners do have civil property and human rights, including the right to be equal before and under the law, the enjoyment of our property, equal protection and benefit of the law, the right to due process, and the right to compensation when our rights are violated. Next slide. The Supreme Court defines enjoyment of property as including pure air, light, pure water, the right to enjoy one's property, personal comfort in one's property, the value of our property, the usefulness of our property, quiet, convenience, etc. Next slide. These rights are enshrined in the Charter and in the federal and provincial bills of rights. I've told all of this to you before, so today we're going to try a different angle. Next slide. Let's talk dollars and cents. 25,000 Edmonton homes do not have potable water due to high concentrations of lead. For me, this devalues my property by $63,000. Next slide. Independent research confirms if you're near an Edmonton predatory infill, you take an immediate resale negative hit. For me, that's over $31,000. Next slide. Science now calculates the dollar value of sunlight based on my shadow study. I've taken a hit of $30,000. Next slide. Rental property densification puts a drag on real estate values. For me, a hit of almost $60,000. Next slide. 6 furnaces, 6 hot water tanks, 6 bathroom fans, 6 kitchen exhaust fans, 6 dryers, all now exhaust directly and noisily into my home and property. This equates to external obsolescence of my property and a significant loss for me of $336,000. I do have a sound clip I can play for you. With all windows and doors closed, I know when my neighbor's furnace turns on. Next slide. I've lost privacy anywhere in my garden and even in my bedroom. No dollar value can adequately compensate me, but let's assume at least $25,000. Next slide. The dollar amount for the violation of my rights is yet to be determined. Next slide. So to summarize, I have taken a loss of $500,000 plus So have literally hundreds of other Edmontonians. Next slide. This is the view from my garden now. Next slide. Do you really think today's height changes will stop the cannibalization of our neighborhoods? Next slide. You had an opportunity to meet CMHC funding while also putting in proper guardrails. It's not too late to do the right thing today. Restrict permitted shadow effect as some other cities have done. Put in a maximum rental and maximum multifamily densification limit. Reduce maximum site coverage for primary plus secondary buildings. Put in some architectural control standards, any standards. Next slide. If today's proposed changes 2.5.2.5, which will affect all urban mix areas, are approved, it will be unsafe to invest in a home anywhere in Edmonton because we risk losing everything to predatory infill. Next slide. What will the outcome of that be? Next slide. This is my home and garden. Next slide. This is what you have done to it. Next slide. The Supreme Court is clear. The municipality is not given and should not be given the power to take away the rights of an owner to enjoy his property. You cannot manage a municipality on KPIs to the exclusion of the law, respectfully said. We are already one of the most affordable housing cities in Canada. You're demolishing affordable housing for predatory infill. Trust me, we have already felt the negative and real impacts of the zoning bylaw, and you're welcome to attend my house anytime. Please take real steps to protect the homeowners of Edmonton. Next slide. Here are the questions. For the fourth time, here are the questions you refused to let me ask on agenda item 1.3.
Thank you very much. Before we go to our next speaker, which will be, well, we'll go through the order. I've got our grade 6 class, another grade 6 class from George R. Lux School. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Their teacher, Pajo? How do I say it? Pajo. I failed both times. All right. Great. Pajo. Your city councillor, because you are located in Ward Pihesawin, is Councillor Mike Elliott, who's there right over there waving to you. Very excited to see you, as we all are. Did you just get here this afternoon? Have you been here in the morning doing this the whole day for George R. Luck, or this? Just this afternoon. So you're the first half of, I'm guessing, the afternoon classes, or? There's only one class this afternoon, and they've done their mock. Oh, you've done your mock council. Where's our mayor from this mock council? Mayor, I'd love to have you come down here and tell us a little bit about what you discussed today. Come on down. It's George H. Luck. Did I say George? What did I say? I said George R. Luck. George H. Luck School. Sorry. I don't know why I was thinking that. George H. Luck School. Mayor, what is your first name?
Leo.
Mayor Leo, it is a pleasure to have you here. What did your class discuss today?
Whether e-scooters should be allowed to ride on the sidewalks or not.
Whether e-scooters should be allowed to ride on sidewalks. And what did you decide?
That they should.
That they should. Excellent. Okay, was it unanimous or was it a split vote?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Oh, okay. What was one of the reasons the group decided that?
Because it's more dangerous on the road.
More dangerous on the road. There you go. Well, thank you so much for being here, and to you, and you're welcome to grab a seat, and thank you to the entire class for being here. It's a pleasure to have you all. Welcome. Always great to have you here, and so we are in the middle of a public hearing process, and always a great opportunity for us to hear, as I'm sure you might have had in your mock council, different perspectives that were shared that you have to consider as part of decisions. So, and we're going to continue on hearing from our public on this particular item. The next item, or the next speaker, who I don't think is with us, but just I'll call their name again, Lisa Sermon. Lisa? No. Bev Zubats. I don't see Bev online. Let's check in for Eric Camaracci. I don't see Eric online. So next up, we've got Elaine Solez there in speaker number 6. Please go ahead, Elaine.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Knack and councillors. I'm speaking today as a Windsor Park free agent. After reviewing the materials related to this agenda item again, I'm concerned about the changes to the RSM zone as well as the changes to the consider policy. Allowing the RS zone to RS, and this I'm talking about RS, not RSM, allowing the RS zone to provide a range of housing types rather than be replaced by RSM and focusing higher density development on nodes and corridors are important goals that underline the proposed limitations on the RSM zone. And the RSM zone has been misused during its short life. However, limiting its application to nodes, corridors, and specific types of sites along other arterial roads while excluding it from consideration in the consider policy seems too restrictive. RSM, in my view, continues to be an appropriate zone to consider for properties in other locations, such as along collector roads that are adjacent to a major node or between properties zoned RM and RS along an arterial or collector road. Now moving on to the consider policy, changing the consider policy from a criteria-based to a more contextual approach means it's open season on the RS zone, especially in the university area. Rezoning has been recommended in every instance in the university area where it met 2 criteria because it was the university area. Now, any higher density rezoning greater than RSM can be supported just because it's in the university area. That's the context. It doesn't have to clear any other criteria. It doesn't have to be on a corner site, along an arterial collector road, adjacent to a park, or close to a transit station. Note that the criteria that have been used in the policy are contextual factors. Using the expanded list of factors is unlikely to change the result. The current approach provides plenty of sites in the university area neighborhoods for considering higher density rezoning and provides more certainty about where that density development can occur as intended. It also continues to provide opportunities for small-scale development in the RS zone. Don't take that away by changing the consider policy. I mean, it could obliterate the RS zone. It's important that a range of housing options be available in every neighborhood to accommodate all ages and stages. This includes continuing to support small-scale developments, whether single-family, duplex, row housing, or walk-up apartments in the RS zone, as well as supporting higher density from RSM to high-rises in appropriate locations. As you're aware, a steady stream of rezoning applications continues to come forward that meet the criteria in the current consider policy, and these are regularly approved. Let's give the current approach more time before deciding it doesn't work, and more flexibility is needed. There doesn't seem to be a good reason to change the policy. And since I have another couple of seconds, I wanted to tell you, I really enjoyed the kids this morning, and this is my footwear of choice. Slip in. Don't have to worry about tying the laces.
Love it, love it. I hope they, we got to send them that clip, Councillor Elliott, to make sure they know. That's, they've had public feedback. I'll send that class a clip. Thank you, Kessel, as always, a delight. Next up is going to be Speaker Jeff Booth. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Jeff Booth, and I'm the Advocacy Chair of IDEA. I'm here to ask you to vote no on these bylaws, or at the very least, refer them back to administration. We believe administration has gone too far with these amendments. The original council motion was narrow in scope and focused on limiting mid-block RSM rezonings. But now we're looking at a sweeping overhaul of the urban mix policies that dismantles core components of our planning framework. In my career, I've regularly worked with small businesses on rezonings, and what I see isn't people pushing limits, but people trying to build homes for which there's a clear market. Homes people want to rent or buy in locations they love. The RS zone is a good tool, but it doesn't support all housing forms. That's where the RSM zone serves as a vital bridge. The RSM zone allows for a bit more site coverage, height, and unit density than RS, without being a full-scale apartment zone. It allows for highly sought-after features like rear-attached or drive-under garages. Under the proposed changes, RSM is basically taken off the table for mature neighborhoods. If it's only allowed in nodes and corridors, it won't make any sense to use the zone when the larger scale RM zone would be supported in the same areas. We also need to protect the RSM zone as a transition tool. The current policy 2.5.2.3 supports development at the edges of nodes and corridors specifically to provide a sensitive transition to the surrounding neighborhood. Growth doesn't stop at a line on a map. The logic of transition recognizes that different scales of buildings should relate to each other gradually. The city is proposing to delete this transition policy and only allow RSM and low-rise development along arterial roadways. But neighborhoods don't just exist on arterials. As a professional planner, I'm very familiar with why people seek to rezone to RSM. It offers realistic site coverage and functional height limits, and it's a perfect tool for site-specific density that matches the neighborhood context. We urge you to refer these changes back to administration to ensure the RSM zone remains a citywide tool for these vital transitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sean, you're next. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I am Sean Sedgwick, the Executive Director of IDEA. Adding on to what Jeff just shared, I want to address some practical and ethical consequences from these amendments. By restricting all development larger than what the RS zone allows, specifically to nodes and busy roads, we are making a choice that impacts the health and affordability of our city. When one looks at the Canadian cities that are most affected by the housing affordability crisis, they all share a visible development pattern. They have tall, high-rise construction that is immediately abutted by small-scale residential with little to no transition in density. This artificially constrains housing where there is demand and restricts the diversity of built form. What these new proposed amendments will do is codify this into law. The priority growth area rezonings have already enabled higher intensities than RSM in many nodes and corridors, emphasizing why we need this zone to create sensible density gradients. These gentle transitions reduce the impact on neighboring properties and help turn streets into vibrant districts. This is particularly pressing given that Council has agreed to reduce the maximum height in RS to 9.5 meters. Our greatest concern regarding the implementation of these changes is the potential for a lot of uncertainty. By replacing objective, rule-based criteria for rezoning support in the district policy with subjective, supportive contextual factors, the city is undermining investment certainty. Replacing clear benchmarks with vague factors for consideration means nobody, not the builder, not the neighbor, and not the planner, knows exactly what is allowed. Making decision-making highly discretionary will inevitably lead to more and longer debates over every single rezoning application. Without clear, measurable benchmarks to rely on, builders and communities will have no common ground. This chamber will once again become the referee for localized disputes. And this is not to say that there have been no examples of nuisance developments making use of the RSM zone, but it's important to ask if they are examples of inappropriate land use or if they're just poorly designed projects. The zoning bylaw cannot mandate great design, so if this is the issue, we have to work together to find a long-term solution to incentivize it. If the RSM zone is restricted as proposed, simple but unique projects will be forced back into direct control zoning. We've spent years trying to get out of the DC business because those zones are incredibly resource intensive for both the city staff and for council. If council believes that removing transitions is the right direction, we may request that this decision be delayed and paired with a broader review of the corridor locations. Many current corridors are narrower than contemplated in the city plan, and routes like 83rd Street function as corridors but aren't designated as such. Let's keep our planning process efficient and predictable rather than returning to the costly, resource-draining world of site-specific direct control zones and debates over vaguely defined contextual factors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will just double check on my list. Bradley Thiessen was next, but I don't see them online. Just making sure I put in that call. Okay, great. Marcelo Figueira, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Knack and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I oppose the proposed amendments to the district policy in the RS zone because, in my view, administration is trying to solve a zoning problem with subjective policy and a location-based restriction. But before I turn to zoning, I want to start with Council's own motion. Administration was asked to examine a large mid-block redevelopment with consideration of site size, height, and context. Those are structural factors. My concern is that they are not translating to clear regulatory tools in the amendments before you. Instead, the response shifts towards where redevelopment should be allowed. Next slide, please. My main point is simple. The issue does not start with policy, it starts with the zoning. The RSM zone did not appear out of nowhere. As administration reported to Council in October 2023, it emerged from existing zones in the old zoning bylaw that already allowed more intensive form of mid-scale development. The problem is that the redevelopment pathway was carried forward from the old zoning bylaw without a clear mechanism to scale intensity relative to site size. So developments now creating concern are not accidents. The zoning structure made them possible. That is why the issue is not that the district policy lacks language. The issue is that the zoning framework does not clearly calibrate intensity from small scale to mid-scale development. Next slide, please. And here's the structural problem. All zones have baseline controls like height, setbacks, and site coverage. The real question is whether the zone also has a clear tool to scale intensity relatively to site size. In RS, site area and unit per site area are tied together more directly. In many other zones, FAR in the market does the work. RSM is different. Site coverage and height controls footprint and massing, but they do not provide the same direct control over intensity. That means the zone can produce outcomes that are difficult to reconcile with its role as a transition zone. In simple terms, in zoning, intensity should behave like a ladder. If the RSM is meant to function as a transition zone, then its intensity should sit clear between RS and RM16. But right now, it does not. Next slide, please. Because zoning left a structure gap, the proposed response now leans on qualitative policy language such as fit, context, appropriateness, while the zoning amendment shifts towards location. Those are not meaningless words. The problem is that the policy does not answer three basic questions. What is being measured? How is it being measured? And what results are being sought? Any plausible explanation about how this policy should be applied is irrelevant if it's not in the policy itself. And it gets worse in the zoning amendment. I asked administration directly, and they confirmed that large undeveloped sites refer to suburban areas. This shifts the conversation from how redevelopment should be regulated to where redevelopment should be allowed, and it leaves too much room to interpretation. Next slide, please. Edmonton has seen that pattern before with the mature neighborhood overlay. When the system responds to redevelopment pressure by restricting where change can occur instead of fixing the underlying issues, growth does not disappear. It shifts unevenly. The result is a deeper gap in the middle, more pressure at the edges, and less balanced change through mature neighborhoods. If council wants a solution based on structural factors such as site size, height, and context, then the solution should also be structural. That means calibrating zoning tools. One tool cannot solve both entry problem and the intensity problem. For instance, minimal site area answers when this development form becomes available. FAR answers how much intensity is allowed. Site coverage answers footprint and massing. Council should not rely on subjective policy language to compensate a missing zoning tool. That's why I ask Council not to approve these amendments as proposed, and instead direct administration to return with a more calibrated zoning response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on our list, I'll just go back to here. It's going to be Matthew Boonstra, and then I do see that Beverly Zubat has joined, so we'll do Matthew first, and then I'll go back up through the top of the list. So, Matthew, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. So hello again. Thanks again for your time. Now, as Mayor Knack mentioned this morning, with how these hearings are structured, nuance can be harder to capture than would probably be ideal. In general, I support focusing growth more toward the nodes and corridors, particularly because they create communities that are more walkable, bikeable, transit accessible. However, the changes proposed in this amendment concern me, specifically regarding the one that requires sites both to be along an arterial road and adjacent to a mass transit station. So as Mayor Knack, back when he was a councillor, wisely mentioned in a blog post, the LRT is equivalent to at least 6 to 8 lanes of roadway regarding capacity. So per Edmonton standards, at least from a few years ago, arterial roads, a 6-lane divided, for example, arterial road, can carry around 60,000 vehicles per day. Now, pre-COVID, the Capital and Metro lines alone carried more than 100,000 people a day, which is well beyond that 6-lane arterial. And I've seen city reports elsewhere that indicate the high floor LRT could be closer to a 10 to 12 lane equivalent. All that to say, mass transit can carry as many people, if not more, than arterial roadways. And I believe that it is unnecessarily restrictive to tie the two together. Also, though, it helps to inhibit rather than support the transition away from car dependency by basically focusing even our transit-oriented development near arterial roadways instead of areas focused on mass transit. As well, I would just like to point out that as you are, let's say, considering the scale and the scope of redevelopment in mature neighborhoods in general, as Councillor Rutherford pointed out this morning, it ill behooves council to also restrict growth in the nodes and corridors unnecessarily. City plan does lay out a roadmap to get the city to a point where half of its growth is within the Henday, within those redeveloping areas. And I worry that when council both, let's say, limits the growth to a smaller scale in general, but then also restricts growth within the northern corridors, you're making it very difficult to reach that goal. So I believe since the city is spending, a lot of money on diversifying our transportation infrastructure with LRT and potentially BRT, it's really important to ensure that we are capitalizing upon that. One more thing I'll mention real quickly while I have time is that, I lost it. So perhaps I'll leave it there. But thank you for your time. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. I've been there before where I lose that. I just lost it earlier. So thank you. We're going to go back just to the top of my list here of the speakers to make sure I've given everyone a chance. Andy Beal, not here. Lisa Sermon, not here. Beverly Zubat is here. I see online. Bev, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm here now. Thank you.
Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yes, I think the previous RIW speakers brought forward our points, so I don't have much more to add there, but I just want to emphasize that the RSM zone as it stands now definitely does not belong in the urban mix area, which is basically the RS zone and some commercial, et cetera, thrown in there as well. As one of the previous speakers pointed out, it's not scaled to site size, and nor does it have a maximum density. So that if we think that the 8-plex mid-block seems random and oversized and over dense in some locations, this is super unpredictable and can be very, very dense. And so the way it stands now, with the regulations it has, it's definitely does not belong in urban mix. It needs to be put on large sites where it can be adequately planned. And unless you attach some other controls, density as well as FAR, to that zone, I think it's going to be hard to say where it belongs unless it's beside a very, unless it's on a node or a corridor. It's going to have to be part of a very planned area otherwise. So there's that. And a question was asked about why not low-rise apartments on every arterial road corner in the city of Edmonton. And to me, that still seems rather random. It could be out of context. It could be, there's many communities that are basically, they have a few entrances in and out, although they may have developments along the arterial road. That doesn't necessarily mean they have access to that arterial road. That's one. And secondly, an apartment next to a building such as a bungalow or even a two-story seems rather out of context. We're talking about contextual heights is something that has been brought up. And if you're going to talk about contextual heights, you have to consider apartments and whether they would be providing a contextual height or not. So those were some of my main points, but I do agree that we have kind of jumped. We've jumped from low scale with the RS zone to, I would say, medium scale within the RS zone, and then gone to RSM, which is no controls basically. And then we moved to the new medium mid scale. And there doesn't seem to be a continuation in there. There's not very nuanced. There's big jumps, and the RSM being a questionable. So I think if we were going to have more regular scales, differences, slower differences, rather than these major jumps, we probably would have more ability to decide where these zones should go. But right now, it's safest to say, go to the nodes and corridors where we want the development. And that's the main reason to put the RSM in the nodes and corridors at this moment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to do one final check for Bradley Thiessen. Bradley Thiessen, not here. Great, so that means we've heard from all the speakers, so please stay seated because we might have folks who have questions of our speakers. I'll first check in with Councillor Elliott, who had selected it. Do you have questions of our speakers?
Not at this time, Mayor, thank you.
No problem. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks to all the speakers for taking the time to be with us today. So I have a few questions. I'll start with Speaker Booth, and then maybe I'll go to Speaker Figuera as well, because you both brought up something that I was planning to ask of administration, and that's just the original intent behind the motion that got us to today versus what's in front of us. So actually, I'll start with Speaker Figuera. You spoke about calibrating zoning tools and tools like having minimum site area and more of those structural factors versus what we're seeing in front of us today. What are some of those structural factors or tools that you feel might be more appropriate to address the intent?
Yeah. Can I ask to bring back my slide number 2? I'll try to be fast, but this is go back a little bit of history there. So you heard from administration, F1, F2, F3 were combined and they become the RS, and the factor now is 75 site area per unit. Used to be 150. The RSM was 125, but the 125 is gone because now the RS is really, really intense. So you cannot use site area per hectare anymore because it has to be something different than what you have in the RS. So that instead of going up, you're doing this and then going down. So you need to have, as Mr. Zablek mentioned, you need to have some other controls. It could be FAR, it could be some other factors. We tend to look into height as, oh, this is the massing, but it's not just about the massing, it's about the intensity, and that's what we're seeing. You're seeing the market going, oh, I can only have 8 units in a single lot RS, but I have a lot more in the RSM. So the market would take it. That's a given, right? And that's a missing link. So I don't have a definitive answer to you. I think it would be ad hoc to say what it is, but there needs to be some investigation how you calibrate the zone. The zone is completely out of the scale with the other zones.
Right. Okay. And I'll go to Speaker Booth as well with essentially the same question because I know, to be honest, I thought we might see something around maybe minimum lot size, just as a relatively simple way to distinguish between, maybe someone's applying outside of a nodal corridor, outside, not near transit, mid-block on a fairly narrow site, which might be a different context than if someone had a consolidated site where it might be more viable. So just thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of other factors that could have been considered. So I was pretty shocked when I saw the scale of these amendments, essentially removing RSM from mature neighborhoods altogether and saying low-rise development is only going to be considered on arterials, when the original motion just spoke to limiting mid-block redevelopment larger than small scale. So yeah, I expected to see some other factors that could contextually support RSM or low-rise, as opposed to just removing them from the urban mix.
And I apologize I'm going to continue digging a little bit. So what are some of those factors? Because I want to be able to have that dialogue with administration as well. I have some in mind, but what are you thinking about?
Yeah, I think site size, proximity to parks and open space, proximity to other large-scale development, that's a big one that's been taken out now with these amendments. If you're next to a low-rise, that doesn't matter anymore.
Right, okay. That's helpful. And then I also want to go just to Speaker Zubat as well. So just around your early comment around limiting RSM to nodes and corridors, arterial roads, while excluding it from the consider policy. So it's essentially administration wouldn't even be allowed to consider RSM based on a variety of contextual factors based on your reading, correct?
Yes, as it stands now, absolutely.
Okay. That's clarifying for me. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. If I could go to guest Solis for a sec. Could you elaborate how your comment about the whole university area?
If you look at the contextual factors that would now be considered in the new consider policy, as opposed to having to meet two criteria, both of which are contextual factors, and then consider whatever else you'd want to consider for rezoning. The location is one of the things, or location near a node, or location in a, that kind of area, is one of the things that can be considered, right? So if you're in the university area, and that's several neighborhoods, you don't have to clear any other hurdle. It's just, oh, well, you're in the university area, skip over, you go from RS, skip over RSM, because you can't consider that, land on RM or something higher, and it is changing what have been mixed neighborhoods, or some were more heavily low density with more recently some medium or higher density, but that's been very recent, to everything that's medium or high density. It's creating another type of neighborhood instead of a full range of housing types, which is preferable and a more gradual transition. And that, I don't think that's what council intends, but maybe
Yeah, let me.
you do?
So I want to understand that better, so I'll raise that when we have questions of admin. Guest Figuera, you, I guess, similar question here. I think I hear you saying the opposite, though, that the way you interpret it is this would strip out a number of opportunities.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so you had quantitative factors that were working and testing, and some of the results were not exactly what council was looking for. But now when you move to qualitative factors, which honestly, we don't know how to respond to them because there's no way to say, well, how is this calibrated?
So you would prefer to leave the RSM as an opportunity, and then would it be a different sort of adjustment you're seeking in terms of?
Well, and there's several ways of addressing this. So you can have the quantitative factors as they were before. You can have qualitative, but as long as we understand how qualitative is going to be applied. This is basic like check and balance for a policy. If only one side knows how to interpret those factors, and that side is the one that's going to make a decision, then something is missing in that policy.
So a question I would have would be around, so would you be basing this based on similar applications that were approved in the past, or how we can't make policy just on?
I think the policy has to speak for itself, right?
Yeah.
Like not precedent.
So
like
you would prefer we go straight back to hard measures, distances, corners, hard criteria.
Yes,
You got it, okay.
but I would accept qualitative if they're clear qualitative
If they're
measures.
defined qualitative, yeah, and I've heard that from other speakers as well too. So yeah, okay. I'll ask my questions of admin. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Speaker Booth, I just have a couple questions for you. You mentioned RSM is kind of a vital bridge as a transition tool, and I guess the question I'm kind of contemplating, sorry, I'll get that, is do we need that transitional tool or zone on a neighborhood street when we're already allowing an RS zone that has, 8 units to plus on corner ones?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate for the edges of nodes and corridors to have that type of transition. Maybe the zone isn't working exactly the way that we want it to, but then amend the zone maybe, as opposed to just removing it completely. We've always had that sort of middle transitional tool. It used to be RF5 and UCRH. They didn't get used a lot, but they existed.
Okay. And then also, you kind of made a comment about how this removes the RSM zone out of mature neighborhoods. Can you elaborate on that? Because I still see it having a place.
Well, if you're only allowing them in nodes and corridors, then why would anybody use that when RM, H16, and H23 is also supported in nodes and corridors? This zone just becomes totally useless in mature neighborhoods.
And then one more question I had was, how is this going to increase? I think you made a comment about like increasing some rezone applications that are coming to council right now. Like we're already seeing, I don't know, maybe 20 plus on a monthly rezoning. Is this going to increase that in your opinion?
I think you'll probably see more direct control rezoning applications for things that don't exactly fit in the RS zone, but maybe would have in the RSM. Then people are going to have to do site-specific direct controls.
Great, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions of our panelists, so thank you all. You're welcome to grab your seat. And then we'll move on to questions of our administration on these two items. Councillor Elliott had selected it, and we can start with Councillor Elliott for questions of administration, if you have any.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple. I know there's no such thing. I'll just ask the questions. I'm just trying to get clarification. In item, I was just going through the slides. So this is, for me, is attachment 2. I guess it would be page 35 when I look on diligent. And in item 4.2, it mentions content-specific analysis. Does that include sort of like solar and sunlight access and privacy impacts and like for the immediate neighborhoods? Because I don't understand what context-specific analysis represents or means.
So context-specific analysis is really just shorthand for the planning considerations that will be made during the evaluation of an application. It's not specific to the items that you just mentioned around like solar access necessarily, but that is generally covered through the criteria around appropriate size to support the additional scale, for example. So like if it's a larger site, then the building can be situated to support that additional height, as well as the scale and uses permitted on adjacent sites. So that's a consideration too that's provided there. So it's meant to be a holistic consideration of the site and its surroundings.
Okay, thank you. And just to help me understand this further, these proposed amendments, will this, I guess, adjust mid-block development to make it sort of smaller? Is that the best way to look at it? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the potential outcome of a policy change like this.
So the amendments would make mid-block rezoning applications less likely to receive support from administration, and would basically close the path for RSM rezoning applications that aren't at a place that specifically we say will support, which you find in the policy being along arterials, at corner sites, or close to mass transit stations as well.
Okay, thank you, and that's all of my questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So just to start off, so going from, I'll say, more of a checklist style approach to an approach that provides for more contextual site-based determinations or applications, how does that align with just the underlying approach that was used for zoning bylaw renewal?
So the zoning bylaw renewal, and maybe one of my colleagues want to expand on this, but the zoning bylaw renewal looked to provide a baseline of development opportunity across the whole city. Of course, for every parcel has a zone. And it provides that certainty for homeowners about what their opportunities are for redevelopment within their existing zone. The logic of the district policy is that we can give people some clear idea about where we will support rezonings, and our support tries to direct redevelopment or rezoning opportunities to nodes and corridors and a few select other areas. And the consider policy, I'll just refer to it as that, is there to acknowledge that there are some sites that are quite unique that maybe aren't in a node or corridor. They're different, they're unique, and they require their own site-specific analysis. We found that using the criteria-based approach was not getting us the best results, and we were seeing a lot of that discussed in public hearings around, yes, this is a collector road, but is it the right kind of collector road? Yes, this is close to a larger building, but is that, meaningful enough?
Okay, and just so that I'm crystal clear on this, so if an application comes forward, RSM, not in a node or corridor, not along an arterial or near transit or corner site, it will not even be considered, right? Like the consider policy does not apply.
That's correct. So the conversation we would have with an applicant who is interested in rezoning is we would want to say, let's look at the site. Is your site really unique enough? Does it really have so much going for it that it could support, say, an RM rezoning? Because RSM is not something we want to contemplate. Basically, we want to reserve those types of rezonings for more meaningful change than just the RS to RSM.
Okay, so what we were hearing from a few of the speakers about mature neighborhoods essentially not having the option of having that as a transition zone, that is true.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what other types of tools were explored as part of this work? I know I had mentioned things like minimum site area or more of those structural factors. Can you walk me through what was looked at on that side of things?
Yeah, so we discussed, within administration, we discussed changes to zones and to policy, and we ended up going with a hybrid approach. We brought some of both things. But our understanding of the intent of the motion about limiting mid-block redevelopment opportunity, we felt like this was the right balance to try to shift the type of rezoning applications that we see coming in, and therefore where redevelopment happens after the rezoning process. We did not include recommendations for minimum site size because we felt that this would, let me see if I can, I'm going to phone a friend here. Trevor, you weigh in on this one here?
So, yeah, I mean, like, we were looking at these, the sort of the previous sort of checklist approach as being fairly limited and prescribed. And so, yeah, looking at a minimum site area would keep it, we believed, in that lane of saying, okay, well, what's, you know, we're still in that consideration of like, well, what's the right site size? And inevitably, there's going to be exceptions to that in the through the rezoning process. And so we felt it was appropriate to take a step back and look at this and say, well, what's really going to put us in the position to make sure that the best sites are the ones that get ultimately considered by administration and council. And through taking this kind of holistic approach, we felt that hit the mark, or will allow us in the fullness of time to hit the mark more consistently.
Okay, and you might not have time to answer it, so I'll come back, but I'll say the question. It's just around, I want to be clear on how the proposed changes in front of us intersect with the previous RSM amendments that have been made, and what we expect to see in terms of on-the-ground outcomes. So I'll leave that with you and then come back.
All right, Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
So, a lot here, and I guess, can I go to admin? Maybe in the past we've heard we really want delineated clarity. We don't want to move to more contextual, nuanced pieces. We want hard, fast rules that's predictable for everybody. I guess I'm still struggling with this more nuanced recommendation. How will the recommendations be interpreted through the lens of city plan, I guess, if that's a fair high-level question?
Sure, yeah. The intention behind the proposed amendments are, first of all, that where someone, let's say an applicant, they really value certainty. They want to know for sure what the city's response will be to a rezoning application. They can absolutely have it. If they buy land in the nodes or corridors or at other areas where we declare that we'll support rezoning up to a certain scale, they have that opportunity for that confidence. If they're picking a site that's unusual, or if the business model is I'm going to pick a site that people won't expect it and rezone and see what happens, we don't think that certainty is merited. Instead, they'll need to go through a process to sort of propose and defend a change, a departure from what the plan calls for. And as I think I said before, we found that the checklist approach that seemed to offer certainty wasn't performing particularly well. We were having a lot of discussions around, well, this has two of the components we said were important, and yet, there's things that we don't like about it, or vice versa.
So let's tap into that performance for a sec. So in any of these cases, they would be considered by admin, and then they would be brought forward, and admin could say, we're recommending it because it meets two of the criteria, but ultimately it's up to you, council. And there were a few that we said no to, and a few that we said yes to. So is that considered success then?
Well, part of the problem that we're having is that having the checklist approach could lead applicants to misunderstand what that means, what it means to consider, and feel like, okay, well, if I've got two of these things at this site, then I'll be supported in my rezoning, right? So maybe it offered some ambiguous level of support. And then as for performance at rezonings, we think it's appropriate that, first of all applications have a path forward. We don't prevent applications from
That's
going
true.
forward.
So at any time, even if this is not included in this criteria, someone can bring forward an application.
Yes, the
and it
fact
may
is
not
we're
have
required to
admin
consider
supported.
every application must be considered.
Yeah.
So this is just to give people an understanding of what factors do we use when we make those considerations.
Mm-hmm. So in some ways, this could be putting a greater burden of proof on the applicants as they come forward, saying, you know, we may not support you. You're 500 meters, not 400 meters, or you're 2 blocks, not 1 block, or you're, you know, halfway, whatever. You can still roll your dice with council. But as far as admin, we're not going to be putting a stamp on this, so to speak.
Well, ultimately, every application will come forward with either support or non-support from administration, and we're just letting people know these are the factors that we use in our planning analysis to evaluate your site.
Because I think part of this is kind of designed to, in my words, discourage some of the more vexatious or not, or just like roll the dice, kind of more extreme applications.
That's correct.
My
We
words.
would like to direct development, rezoning activity to the places that we've prioritized in the city plan, the nodes and corridors, and some select other areas which we can count on dependably at a citywide setting one policy for the city. We can dependably say, yes, these are appropriate sites, like corner sites on arterials and along and close to those transit stations.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to move another round?
I'd love to.
Second. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote for another round.
Yep.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Still loading. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, just to follow up on the previous line of questioning around how this would intersect with the relatively recent changes that were made to RSM.
Well, one way that they intersect is that if these proposed changes were not made, since we've seen a reduction in development opportunity in under the RS zone, we would expect to see more rezoning applications. So if you take the 20% of applications under RS that did go to the maximum height or did go over 9.5, you might expect some proportion of those to now seek a rezoning to RSM, absent the changes proposed under this bylaw. That might just be a start of the answer to your question, but tell me what else you want.
Just so changes were also made around to tighten up RSM already, correct?
Policy changes, like back last June, is that what you're referring to?
I don't know the exact date, but it would have been around that time.
Yes, there were changes made since the initial release of the district policy to tighten up support for RSM rezonings, and this goes a step further than that.
Right. So we've already taken a step around tightening up RSM, and this would be above and beyond that.
Correct. This makes it, I think, more clear that the RSM zone is essentially to be taken off the table just for those everyday, I have a site, in the middle of a neighborhood, maybe it's a corner site, so maybe I'll rezone. We're looking to discourage that through the changes that are proposed here today.
Okay, and then just to understand, what I really appreciated about the previous item around RS is we had some numbers and figures to point to be able to say, like, we know that 80% of projects are under the 9.5, and I like that analysis. I like being able to have some hard numbers. Have we done some analysis around what this change would mean on the ground, or what we expect it to look like for the kinds of applications that are or are not coming forward? Like, how many of the RSMs that we've already supported would still be supportable under the proposed rules?
Yeah, I'm afraid I have stats on how many RS to RSM zonings we've seen in the past few years, but I do not have an analysis at hand of what proportion of those would now not be supportable from admin's perspective based on these proposed changes.
Right. Is that something that you have available, just not right in front of you right now, if we wanted that information?
I'm hoping a colleague can deliver it here.
Sure.
Councillor,
I'll stall for you.
Just to add to some of the commentary around the proposed changes and the purpose of the changes, and sort of that the amount of applications that we've seen since the introduction of the RSM zone and the district plans. We've seen roughly about 55 rezonings, so you take that on balance, you're probably at 2 per public hearings. And what that represents generally, especially when we're talking about an RS to an RSM, you're looking at about 1 to 2 units increase over that baseline. And so if we want to roll back in terms of thinking around what was the purpose of the RS zone to begin with under the zoning bylaw renewal, it was to get rid of that RF1 to RF3 conversation where you had a bunch of applications coming to council where we would support row housing on corner lots or in different locations. So as we move forward, we wanted to provide that certainty and that clarity to both industry and community alike that's our baseline expectation. I think in terms of of what we've seen in terms of what we've learned in the last 2.5 years is that this idea of a transition zone, now that we've increased our base zone quite considerably up to those 8 units, that argument or that need for a further bump isn't merited in terms of the disruption it causes, in terms of the community outlook of it, as well as the time required to review and bring it forward for that small increase of 1 to 2 units.
And I think, so that's a really important point, and I think that's something that I'm grappling with based on what's proposed in front of us, because I think about, same example that I used with our speakers, a site that is outside of Node and Corridor, not near transit, not on a corner, not an arterial, it's mid-block, and maybe it is, I don't know, a 33 wide that's asking to go up to RSM, and maybe they get 1 more unit. But that's a different context versus maybe it's a consolidated lot, and it's worth it in a way to be able to take that step to see that additional boost. That's what I'm grappling with.
Yeah. So again, the direction.
Yeah, I'm gonna. She'll come. Councillor Salvador will come back because I don't
talk
think.
Fast.
Yeah. I want to give you a chance for a fulsome answer. So Councillor Salvador is welcome to come back for another round. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, I can just pick up straight from there as well, because I actually think the contextual considerations provided in 2525 are really quite excellent. I think that they allow us to balance a range of factors. I think I'm just more perplexed why we wouldn't use 2525 when considering an RSM rezoning. So maybe just as, again, sort of to build on Councillor Salvador's question. So I agree. I think what we were struggling with is just sort of the single lot RSM mid-block. But if there was a consolidated lot, let's say behind the alley, like on the other side of the alley from an arterial road within 400 meters of transit, like I'm just not sure why we wouldn't support RSM there.
So the proposed amendments take an approach that essentially looks to limit the use of RSM so that we're using the rezoning process to support changes in development opportunity where there's something really unique or meritorious about the site in question. We were concerned that leaving a pathway open for RSM through the consider policy basically invites a general, shoot your shot. Why not try for a rezoning to RSM? And we would continue to see many, many rezoning applications that wouldn't result in meaningful increases in housing or better outcomes.
And so the idea is that instead of coming forward with an RSM 12 or 14, the expectation is that it's coming back with a rezoning for RM 16, for example.
That's one possibility, but I mean, to justify support for that scale of development, you'd really need a site that is special, that has a lot going for it to support that scale of development. So it's a sort of raising the bar, and there are sites that will be able to clear that bar because of their unique characteristics, but the standard residential lot will not.
Well, but again, I think there's agreement, and I think the tension came from a standard residential lot. I think what we're saying is there doesn't seem to be provision for a non-standard lot.
If the lot is larger, I mean, larger lots are one of the things that are considered or that are listed under support of contextual factors in the consider policy. So that might be one of the things that makes the site a great candidate for RM.
But again, it's just, I just can't understand why it wouldn't make it a candidate for RSM.
I don't know that we can answer the question another way, Councillor. I think that the idea here is to say that the RSM hasn't been serving us particularly well in these types of contexts that are outside of the nodes and corridors, and so.
Well, but again, I just want to clarify, because I think where it wasn't serving us well was on single lot rezonings. That's where a lot of tension emerged, and I think was the motivation. But I feel like we're sort of going, there was maybe. It just seems like we're going quite far the other way, where we're quite dramatically restricting RSM now. But I mean, I guess that's more of a statement than a question. So I think, if we were maybe contemplating, because again, I just want to emphasize, like, I think the contextual considerations the administration has outlined in 2525 are very strong. I'm very supportive of them, and I think that they give a good decision making framework. I think my challenge just has to do with the limitation of RSM, which I still think is a useful zone and a useful transition. So just trying to think of, if we were to refer back with the intent that 2525 would apply to RSM, what would need to be amended? Is it mainly just the wording of the zone itself, the purpose statement?
I think it depends a little bit on council's intention with that referral. So if the intention is to make sure RSM is an option, but only as long as there's a minimum site size, that's one thing. Without that direction, we could make the change quite simply, but it would likely lead to a lot of rezoning applications because it would seem like an open pathway on all sorts of sites.
Thank you. I'm hearing that there might be a desire to work on referrals. So being that we've had all the questions asked, one option for us could be to bring forward the next item, which doesn't have any, I think, speakers in opposition, so it might not be quite as long. Or the next one is, next one is Elmwood Park. Sorry, I was thinking we were on 4.6. Either way, does anyone have wording, or do you need time? You need time. That's all right if you need time. I just want to make sure. I think it's, instead of us trying to do it on the fly, which is typically time-consuming and inefficient, I would recommend then we maybe shift to the next item, although I appreciate that the next item is, if Councillor Salvador is working on that amendment, the next item is also within the ward they represent, but I don't think it's fair to just leapfrog. So, perfect. Let's do both then. So at this point, I'll take a motion to bring forward items 4.3 and 4.4 and 4.5.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any questions on moving that forward? Not seeing any, please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
The ayes have looked to the right of to my left, so
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. So just to catch everyone up to speed, what we'll do is we'll deal with 4.4 and 4.5 right now. These are cross-referenced items. That will give the councillor interested in making a referral motion a bit of time to draft that, and that might include taking through to the break, the 3:30 break. So once we finish the Elmwood Park item, then we'll pop back up to this, and then we'll again continue in order of 4.6 and then 4.13. So we've got our delegation grabbing a seat for items 4.4 and 4.5. That is the Elmwood Park item. So I think there's the presentation ready to go. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. This application proposes a road closure and rezoning from the small-scale residential, or RS zone, to the Neighborhood Parks and Services Zone, or PSN, in the Elmwood Park neighborhood. The closure area includes the road right-of-way directly north of the 75th Street cul-de-sac. The rezoning area includes the 4 lots west of the cul-de-sac. Both the closure and rezoning areas are currently functioning as part of the neighborhood park, and if closed, would be consolidated with the park. Next slide, please. The overall park site is well connected via shared use pathway and is surrounded by smaller scale housing. This proposal aligns with the parcel configuration and zoning with the existing use of the land and facilities, and it facilitates the development of a greenhouse in the northwest portion of the expanded park area. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to the public through a mailed notice and information posted on the city's webpage. 21 recipients were notified and 1 response was received with questions related to the location of the proposed road closure. Next slide, please. In the North Central District Plan, the site is designated for open space uses. This land use designation includes parks and community amenities. The proposed rezoning and road closure application to allow for neighborhood level parks and amenities aligns with this designation. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It is compatible with surrounding land uses. It aligns with the community of communities and greener as we grow, big city moves in the city plan. And it improves and expands existing park space in alignment with the North Central District Plan and Edmonton's Greens Network Strategy, Breathe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First up, so all of our speakers in favor are to answer questions only. Councillor Salvador, do you have any questions for our applicants? No? Then anyone else have questions for our applicants? Not seeing any. I'll see if Curtis Morrissey is here. Please come on down. You can grab seat number 1 just there. Head all the way. Actually, you can grab any seat really at this point. Party of 1 allows you to grab whatever seat you feel most comfortable with, and just make sure you're getting close to that microphone, and you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead. And just hit that microphone button there, right by your mic. There should be a button to.
Thank you. First of all, hello. I am missing work today, unpaid. This has taken quite a bit longer than I thought it would. Nice venue, though. A lot of what you've said today has gone completely over my head. I don't know what RS is. I don't know what RSM is. I don't know what PSN is. But on this particular issue, I am probably the most important opinion because I live in that only house that is at that cul-de-sac. I had to come in today just to see what was going on. My concerns are that if you're closing that cul-de-sac down, that might interfere with my parking. Other than that, that's my main concern. I was worried you were gonna, well, it's a community league there. And I was like, what's the plan? Are you just gonna shut down the community league and just build more playgrounds? That's probably okay with me. But how does the community feel about that? A lot of people have been to that community league. I don't know what you're doing with it, but yeah, that's my concern, really. I just want my questions answered on what the whole plan is and why you would even rezone it unless there was a big project in the works. And I guess it's city land as it is. But yeah, it sounds, I don't know, I'm here to learn, and thank you.
Thank you. Always happy to have folks here to learn, and I think I'll see if your ward councillor has questions for you, and please go ahead, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for sticking around and being with us today, and yeah, hanging out. I know it's been a bit of a long morning and into the afternoon, but appreciate it. And hopefully we can get some of those questions answered for you. So just to start off, just to make sure I'm really understanding your concern, it's you would be concerned about any closure of kind of the keyhole cul-de-sac itself that would limit your access, right?
Yeah, 3 people live in that house. We all have vehicles. people across the street all have vehicles. People come to the park, they park at the park, you know, it's already a bit of a parking issue, you know,
Right.
just are you planning on shortening the cul-de-sac?
So my understanding, and I'll get this clarity from administration as well, is that the cul-de-sac itself wouldn't be changing. It would be, so there's actually a good graphic. I'll probably ask administration to bring it up once I get to them, that shows the proposed road closure area, because there's technically right-of-way into the area that's used as the community space and used as the community garden, and there's park space there. And my understanding is that this rezoning is really about, it's more procedural, just kind of making it clear that that is park space and that that is going to be used, continuing to be used by the community, and that it wouldn't affect the cul-de-sac at all. So I will verify that so you can be crystal clear on that too. But any other things that you wanted to raise or any other concerns?
Not really. I was just worried you just might throw up some giant complex right in my backyard, you know, or something. I just had to come in and see what was going on.
Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'll ask that of admin.
Thanks.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for you. You're welcome to just hang out there just in case we do have a chance for folks to ask questions of new information. So maybe just hang tight for a minute since nobody else is here. Councillor Salvador is going to ask questions of our administration first, though, and we'll go from there. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much. So just hearing those concerns from the speaker who joined us today, I just want to be really clear that the actual cul-de-sac itself and any access for folks who live in that area would not be affected by this at all, correct?
That's correct. And the image that you're looking for, if I could just ask clerks, is slide number 1. It does make it very clear. We try to be clear on the postcard. We included language to say that it does not include any road right-of-ways, because sometimes there is a misunderstanding with these remnant parcels of road right-of-way that function as park space.
Right. Okay, so the hashed white area is what would be closed, and it's kind of an interesting description because it's obviously there's no road right in that location. It's used as green space by the community league, park space. So this is more of a formalization of the use that's already there.
That's exactly right. And it can be very confusing for community members.
Absolutely. Very, very fair. Okay, that helps clarify things. And I'm just going to look to our speaker for a nod.
You'll be able to, well, in new information, you can ask our guest if that is clear. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions for administration, so I will give council, a chance now to ask questions related to new information that has arisen during the public hearing. So, Councillor Salvador, go ahead.
Yeah, and just wanted to clarify, Curtis, that you're good with that answer. I think it's pretty clear now. We can see the graphic that the access wouldn't be affected, and it would really just be that white hashed area. Perfect. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Perfect. There was a thumbs up for those listening in, so a thumbs up followed by a thank you. So, actually, Curtis, do you want to, just in case, I don't know if Councillor Stevenson has questions for you or administration, but just in case, please come on down. I'll see if Councillor Stevenson who has new information questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, maybe to administration too. Is there, I'm just trying to think of the visual and sort of that big red box. Is that just a factor of the fact that our zoning goes to the midway line of roads?
That's correct, Councillor Stevenson.
And I'm wondering, I know that's hung us up in a recent public hearing as well with, folks worried about potential impact on surrounding roadways. Would there be anything preventing us from just sort of showing the visual of the property itself being rezoned to avoid some of those confusions with the road right-of-way?
We do on the postcard, Councillor. So the postcard doesn't have that wider rezoning area. But yeah, I'm getting some nods here that we can, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, just it's a bit of a something we've heard from a couple of times coming up or recently, but appreciate that. I think you've really helped clarify that for our speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions. So you are good now to grab a seat in the gallery. Thanks for joining us. I'll see, now that we've asked all the questions of new information, I'll go to Councillor Salvador if you want to move closure of the public hearing.
I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on items 4.4 and 4.5.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move first reading of bylaw 21481.
Second.
And
482.
Thank you. Yep.
Second.
Both have been moved and both have been seconded by Councillor Parmar. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Very briefly to close, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. I was really pleased that we were able to get that clarity today, and would look for any opportunities going forward just to make sure that that's clearly delineated and we can avoid any confusion in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Second reading, moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador.
Move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Third reading moved by Councillor, consideration of third moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21481 and 21482.
Second.
That's moved and seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading of those two bylaws.
Just waiting on one vote.
The ayes are looking to my right.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. I have heard from Councillor Elliott, who had selected 4.6, that that is not needed anymore and has had everything addressed. So was there anyone else who wished to hear that item? In which case, then I can ask Councillor Elliott, do you want to just move to bring that forward?
It's next.
Well, technically, we would go back up. So I do technically need a motion to bring that forward because.
Okay, I still move to bring bylaws 21488 forward.
Thank you. That's moved to bring forward and seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote to bring forward item 4.6.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
That's the.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Elliott, did you want to move closure of the public hearing on that item?
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you. I guess, wait, I should just do a quick check on legal because since it's been brought forward, but there are no speakers, we can move immediately to closure. I don't need to do calls for new information because typically we would go presentation, but sometimes we skip the presentation, speakers, call for new information. Should I quickly do that to cover my bases?
No, I don't think there's any risk to
Okay,
proceed.
thank you. Just want to double check. Thank you. So I take a motion from Councillor Elliott to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on item 4.6.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. It's carried 13-0. Councillor Elliott, you want to move first reading?
I move first reading of bylaw 21488.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Councillor Elliott, any closing comments on this?
No, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Elliott.
Second reading.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading of item 4.6.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Elliott.
For consideration.
Second.
Consideration moved on item 4.6 by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration on that item.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Elliott.
And I move that bylaw 21488 receive third reading.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw. The ayes have looking to theirs.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. The ayes have moved the vote. Please vote, or please display the vote. Sorry, 13-0. That is carried. Excellent. So we've that brings us back to item 4.2 and 4.3. And how are we feeling about timing? We're still talking. There's still referral motion wording being written. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do we need a few minutes extra? Should we break slightly early so we can get the wording? I just don't think it's starting 4.13 has a little bit of time.
Yeah, I think just a couple more minutes would be beneficial, and then we can get a clarified package over.
I think what we'll do, colleagues, is we will break a little bit early. I'll give us a few extra minutes, but not the full. If it's okay, we can start now and then come back at 3:40 if that's okay with everyone. That gives us 20 minutes, but we're back 5 minutes earlier than normal, so I don't know if folks had a 3:30 meeting. Sometime good, I think we're okay. All right, then let's do that. We'll take a recess, a 19-minute recess until 3:40, and we'll be back then. Thanks, everyone.
A quick roll call. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hi, Councillor Morgan.
Oh, hello.
Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Clark.
Hello.
Oh, Councillor Tang. Should be with us right shortly. The mayor as well. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Elliott.
Hi.
Hello, Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I did that from memory, so if I missed anyone, let me know. But thank you. So before we move to item 413, I believe we may have an approach. Can I just check in with colleagues to see if we're ready to go on 4.2 and 4.3?
Heads are nodding.
Great. Okay. So I think at this point, what we're looking for, we've done questions of new information. So I believe the next step is to have a motion to close the public hearing. Would anybody?
So moved.
Was that?
Councillor Jans.
Thank you. And second?
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. So this is to close public hearing on item 4.2 and 4.3. Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to ask a question. Point of order.
Oh, apologies. Can we just
We will
recall
cancel
the
the
vote?
vote.
Great. Thank you very much. Apologies, Councillor Rutherford. So this is questions of new information on 4.2 and 4.3.
No, I had question on the motion to close public hearing. Could we close public hearing if there's a referral motion? Or is there no referral motion being made?
I can turn to legal. I believe the intent right now, administration believes the intent of what was discussed can be achieved by voting down one of the bylaws and not the other. But I can get clarity from legal. Are we able to do a referral motion after closure of public hearing?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Councillor Rutherford, did you have other questions or do you want me to go to the other speaker on the board to see if there's some further context?
Yeah, we left the break before saying we were going to do a referral, and then all of a sudden we were closing public hearing, and I was just confused about voting on that. So I'll defer to Councillor Salvador, who's on the board next.
No, thanks for the flag. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So just if I may, through a few questions, hopefully provide some clarity about where we can go from here. So based on the answers that I received, I was initially contemplating a referral, but just to administration, if the intent is to make sure that RSM can still be considered outside of nodes and corridors, arterials, corner sites, 400 meters of transit, can you walk us through what the options are in front of us procedurally to make that happen?
So you can ensure that outcome by splitting the vote between the two bylaws. So there are two votes, and supporting the first bylaw that makes changes to the district policy. That's bylaw 21472. And by not supporting bylaw 21473, which would make the changes to the purpose statement and name of the RSM zone. If you do that, then all of the policies that have been discussed would apply, and they would not exclude their application to the RSM zone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. So just clarifying, so I think what you've just outlined is certainly the outcome that I'd like to achieve. I guess I'm just trying to understand in the existing wording, in the existing purpose statement of RSM, it speaks about a transition to smaller or larger scale development, existing or planned. So again, just wanting to understand if that transitional language still makes sense with the 2525 context, which considers a range of factors, not just the scale of adjacent development.
Yeah, so as a purpose statement, the language in the purpose statement that you could see in the markup was proposed to be deleted. Doesn't act as a barrier for applying the other contextual factors in the proposed policy. So in other words, we don't see there being a problem with the purpose statement remaining as it is right now for RSM and adopting these policy changes. I will also just note that the concept of transition remains in the district policy, even though one policy that we're proposing to delete one policy that makes explicit reference to it. There's another policy in the urban design section of the district policy, and of course in these contextual factors listed under the consider policy, transition is still in there.
Okay, great. And then just want to be absolutely clear. So in 2525 point A, it speaks about appropriate site size. Is administration interpreting that to be more than a standard lot?
So an important consideration here is that this policy doesn't only apply in the case of an RS to RSM rezoning, which is why we didn't put hard numbers in here to say 2 lots or a certain area. In the case of an RS to RSM redevelopment, just like any others, that would be an important factor in if it's appropriate or not, but we are not proposing to set a particular size defined in the policy.
So I'm just going back to the caution previously that this might leave too much open to interpretation. I guess I'm just trying to understand, again, thinking back to some of the other RSM zonings that have come forward as single lot. Does administration feel that based on this, the way 2525 is written, that would sort of not achieve that appropriate site size?
So it's administration's intention to direct rezonings or consider rezonings appropriate when the site size works for the scale proposed. So in other words, yes, a standard RSM, or a standard lot, we don't consider large enough to incorporate RSM zone without factors that would really make it a winning site for that scale of density.
Perfect. And actually, that's a very good point, because you could potentially have sort of an orphan site that's between 2 4-story apartment buildings. And even though it's a single site, perhaps it does make sense in that case. But if it was a single site next to existing low scale or small scale, that would be administration's interpretation that that's not an appropriate site size.
It could be, Councillor, but I'll also just point out that, again, because we're getting away from the checklist style of evaluation here, that there could be other contextual factors that could be considered in the example that you just shared.
Yeah, so again, I'm just wondering, does administration feel there could be value in a referral then to get greater clarity? Because I'm not sure if, I just don't want us to go back to where we were, where we're kind of stuck in this cycle. I think my intent is really around that single lot rezoning. If administration feels that there is enough clarity with the current wording, but again, just wondering if there is a referral with more certainty put around this.
It's our position that we will be able to use the proposed policy as it is right now to control for our supportive applications for this zone. In other words, we don't recommend doing a referral to try and provide a specific number associated with it. We think that will come with a number of drawbacks. As you've noted, there are myriad examples that don't all fit the mold.
Yeah, and not a specific number, but fleshing that out. Anyway, I hear that you have clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Rutherford just has questions related to new information. So just before I do that, because we don't need to move another round for that, I'll go to Councillor Stevenson. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Okay. So just the last statement, there might be a myriad of examples, but I guess I want to make sure. There's probably 90% of lots mid-block in communities that aren't on nodes and corridors that by, if we approve to the suggestion, if we approve 4.2 and do not approve 4.3, that would capture the vast majority of these mid-block, not beside nodes and corridors, not along a major transit piece, and stop that RSM from coming forward.
So its administration's intent remains the same as described in the report, to direct larger scale development to the nodes and corridors and to select areas where we've written policies that say that we want to support bigger buildings. So now we're really talking about unique situations that are different and merit some additional consideration. It is not our intention to support rezonings in all these places. Quite the opposite. We'd like to direct it to the nodes and the corridors. Does that answer your question?
Maybe. I want to ask it. Sorry, I'm going to ask it one more time. Just, we've had, I don't know, 20, 55, whatever the number is, 55 things. Some of them, the ones that I think drew the greatest challenge amongst council and caused us to make this motion, said it's in the middle of the block, not in a node, not on a corridor, not an arterial road, not beside, just beside other single-family home or RS zones. Those are the ones I think we were struggling with. So this would, somebody still has the legal right to come and rezone, but in those examples that were causing challenge, you would be recommending non-support now. Unless there's but let's set aside the unless. In a standard approach beside a couple RS zones, not in nodes and corridors, you're recommending non-support.
So, Mr. Mayor, for absolute clarity, what I would suggest is that administration's best recommendation is what's before you today, which is the recommend support for both of the bylaws, which provides that clear line in terms of pushing development and that RSM or that next one up to nodes and corridors. Through that process, council can always consider those unique circumstances if they're brought forward and they don't meet current policy. So there's always that option in terms of our current processes, et cetera. So what's being proposed here through this amendment to the bylaw or the voting purposes of the bylaw to bring forth or to allow the consideration policies for the RSM zone itself. It does bring in some of that ambiguity to it. We don't have clear line of sight, and we can't have clear line of sight in terms of which ones will come forth with support and which ones won't come forward with support. What I can tell you is that the intention is clear in terms of the site size, those unique circumstances, et cetera. That threshold will be higher than what it is today.
I think I'm still confused.
So for absolute clarity,
because I think, and that's maybe why I'm leaning towards a referral, because I feel like then I can get some examples of this. Because I think what I'm hearing is a desire. I'm not going to speak for council. Speaking for myself, a desire to tighten up the rules, but to provide administration with some flexibility. And so that's why I've heard the suggestion of maybe you approve the 4.2, but you don't approve 4.3, which gives you flexibility. But I think we're also looking for something a little more definitive than I think I got in the last series of answers that would say a mid-block RSM proposal, not in nodes, not in corridors, not within 400 meters of transit, that you would be recommending non-support. And so I'm not hearing that answer, and I'm either wondering, am I able to get that answer today, or in order to get that answer, do I have to refer to make sure I can see examples?
I don't think you need to refer to get that answer for that specific example.
But that's a common example, and that's why we're asking the question. So that's the one we need to know an answer to clearly, just so I can make sure everyone understands.
So I think in terms of an example such as that, the policy framework as well as the proposed amendments to the amendments would provide clarity in terms of those mid-blocks not being acceptable.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Those are all the questions I have. I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, do you just have questions of new information, or do you have questions I guess technically it's a little bit 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but.
I just have a question for the speaker.
Okay, great. Let me then make the official call. This is the time where folks can click on if you have questions related to new information, both of the speakers and our administration, anything new that's been raised during the public hearing. So Councillor Rutherford, which speakers do you have questions towards?
Speaker Booth.
Speaker Booth. Okay, Speaker Booth in the House, not in the person, but let's see, are they on? They are, I don't think they're, I also doesn't look like they're remote.
What about Speaker Sedgwick?
I do not see them either. The only one that I think you might have, but not from IDEA, would be Marcelo is still here. Marcelo's online at least, I see, but. So those, yes, you don't have Sean, you don't have Jeff.
Okay, well, those are who I had questions for, so I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions related to new information? New information related to what we've heard in the public hearing? Okay, no, that's fine. Then this would be the appropriate time to take a motion to close the public hearing on both those items. Moved by Councillor Jans.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on both items 4.2 and 4.3.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Councillor Wright is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. I think there might be a desire to split those. So do you want to move, Councillor Jans, just
Division.
first reading of item 4.2?
I do.
There's no vote to split. It's just.
Well, there's two separate bylaws, right? So yeah, we would just move the bylaw. There's not a request to split. We're just, it would just be first reading for the bylaw in 4.2.
I am moving first reading of bylaw 4.2.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. First reading of item 4.2 is on the floor, and this would be an appropriate time if you wish to speak just to that one, that series of changes. Although I appreciate that speaking to it might somewhat overlap based off the reports being connected together, so I'll give a bit of flexibility if folks are speaking on that. Councillor Stevenson was on the board to speak, so please go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to, I'll just speak once, which I know is not quite on site, but just want to speak in support of this amendment. I really appreciate the work administration has done to bring forward some more nuance and contextual considerations. I know for some it will be more challenging to move away from a checkbox approach, but I think we saw that didn't necessarily provide certainty or diffuse some of the tensions and concerns that community members have. What I think is strong about the new criteria is that they allow sites to be considered more holistically, and I don't think that always necessarily means that they'll be more favorable. I think what we have seen in the past is that while checkbox might have been met, there are other factors that meant a site maybe wasn't suitable for higher density. I think this will go a long way in helping us move away from, I think, some of the RSM rezonings that weren't necessarily getting us where I think we wanted to go, and yet still appreciate with not passing 4.3, or like I will not be supporting 4.3 because I still think the RSM zone does have a place outside of nodes and corridors, and the criteria set out in 2525 do a great job of directing that. So again, look forward to supporting 4.2 and will not be supporting 4.3.
Thank you very much. The board is not up right now. We're just going to try to get that board back up so I can see the list. E-Scribe's just having a little fun with us here.
Mayor Knack, there's no one else on the list at the moment.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Clark is about to click on, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll kind of speak to both because it's more kind of in a general sense. So, I mean, I think, developing our nodes and corridors is a priority. It's obviously clear that's in the city plan and probably something we haven't done that well from a city perspective so far. So I think that's really important. I think clarifying the rules is really good and makes sense, and at least there is some certainty on where there will be support on that. So I think that's important too. I also think this change really encourages, if we want to try to get to more modes of transportation that's not cars, putting these nodes and corridors in close to LRT really helps that. As we saw, ridership is only slightly increased in 2025. We want to see more on that ETS. So having that kind of incentive or just sort of push to go on nodes and corridors is only going to help that. And kind of lastly, a point is that I don't want to, we don't want to see too many spot zonings come in where we already see those with a lot of RSM. I think this can make this really clear, and then it puts the burden a little bit more on the developers. If there's a unique case, something they want to do, then come explain to us what that is. So that's my comments and support.
Thank you very much. Are there others that wish to speak to this? Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. To try to follow, although technically the public hearing is closed on both and we're just splitting the, I'll focus on 4.2 right now. Very supportive of the change. I think this does start to tighten up what were some gaps, and I think council had started identifying those a while back and by voting down certain RSM zones. But it was important to actually change the rules around it, so we made it clear to everyone that the ones that we felt weren't appropriate and that we were already voting down should actually guide sort of how we go do this going forward. The RS zone allows for more density than it has in the past. The RSM was really meant to be a bit more of a specific, specialized. And I think it is a fair description to sort of call it the RF5, the urban character row housing. It gets used sparingly. It gets used in more unique considerations, a larger site, even if it's interior, even if it's not beside a node and corridor. And so I'll come to it in 4.3 to talk to that. But at the end of the day, the RF5 and the UCRH zone that this zone has essentially replaced has a place. It just doesn't have a place on a single lot in the middle of a block, in the middle of a community, because that's not, I think, how I ever envisioned those previous zones, and that's not how I envisioned this RSM zone. Again, could be some very unique considerations. We heard the example of if you're between, a single lot between two larger sites already. Great, maybe we have that, and that's why we'll talk about 4.3 at the appropriate time. But I do think we need to make it clear that at the end of the day, the RSM zone has a role, but it is not meant to be used what felt like just as a way to get, and I think there were a couple numbers thrown around, but I think it's just worth clarifying it. The RS zone was 45%, the RSM zone was 60%. And there's a place for that. I just don't think it's in the middle of a block, in the middle of a community, that's where we already allow for a heightened level of density than we did a couple of years ago. So I'll support item 4.2, and I might say a few things at 4.3 at the appropriate time. That's it for me. I'll take the chair back.
Chair is returned.
Thank you. Councillor Jansen, close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading on item 4.2.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Councillor Prince-Pays, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Prince-Pays. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote.
Councillor Wright was a yes on that.
Oh,
My apologies.
we have Councillor Wright. Perfect. We'll make sure their vote is
now have all
captured.
the votes.
Yeah, now we have all the votes. And that is carried 11-2.
I'll move second reading.
Second reading moved by Councillor Jans.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Prince-Pays, yes.
Thank you,
Councillor Wright is
Jans.
yes.
Thank you, Councillor Prince-Pays. Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 11-2. Councillor Jans.
Consideration of third.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Parmar for consideration of third reading. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Wright is yes. Counselor Prince Pays, yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Jans?
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21473.
Is it?
No, you're talking Charter Bylaw 21472, I believe, is what you're planning on moving third reading?
My apologies. I am moving third and final reading of bylaw 21472.
Charter Bylaw 21472, yeah.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading of the that charter bylaw, as we have so few of the charter bylaws anymore.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Counselor Wright is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Counselor Prince Pays, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Councillor Jans, did you want to move first reading of item 4.3?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. First reading is on the floor for item 4.3. Anyone wishing to speak to that may click on the board. No one rushing to click. I will just, I'll go to Councillor Stevenson. Could you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Yeah, I know it's sort of, some of folks already started speaking to it. I think as the conversation went on, and I appreciate getting that sort of clear answer at the end, I think I'm comfortable with not supporting this, recognizing the firmness item 4.2 creates now. There's always going to be need of a little bit of nuance, like we've had with the urban character row house, like we had with the RF5 zone. So hearing that, you know, what I got an answer to, which is that, you know, we're not, this doesn't allow for suddenly the reopening of the door of a bunch of mid-block RSMs, because we've sort of closed that door in 4.2. I'm comfortable voting against this, just to make sure there's a little bit of nuance, because there's always going to be need a little bit of nuance when you're at the edge of a node, when you're sort of in that transition space. We want to provide a little bit of flexibility, but not the level of flexibility that we had been providing prior to the approval of 4.2. So that's why I am comfortable voting against this, noting what has just been approved in 4.2. So thank you. I'll take the chair back.
The chair is yours.
Thank you. Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Counselor Wright is a no.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Counselor Prince Pays, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 3-10.
That is not.
Or sorry, not that is defeated 3-10. That's how numbers work. That is defeated 3-10. There we go.
Mr. Mayor, would you like my design subsequent?
Not yet.
Okay.
I would like to make sure, because we have a speaker who's been patiently waiting on 4.13, or I think two speakers potentially patiently waiting. So I'd like to make sure we get to that. And we're doing a quick trade-off for 4.13. All right, we'll take the presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone two parcels in Britannia Youngstown from the small-scale residential zone and the medium-scale residential zone with a height of 16 meters to the medium-scale residential zone with a height of 23 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located at the edge of the neighborhood on the southeast corner of 107th Avenue and 163rd Street, which are both arterial roads. Nearby land uses include a car wash, convenience store, Phoebe McCullough Park, and St. Mary's Church, with single attached housing to the south and east. Planning and design is underway for future district connector bike routes along both 107th Avenue and 163rd Street. A local bus route operates on 163rd Street, and bus stops are within a 50-meter walk of the site. Next slide, please. For this application, administration engaged with the public through the city's webpage, site signage, mailed notices, and direct communication with residents. The 6 community members who provided input expressed concerns about increased crime, foot traffic, and vehicular access in the alley, as well as opposition due to shadow impacts, reduced street parking availability, and reduced privacy. Next slide, please. The site is surrounded by roadways on 3 sides, which serve as a buffer to surrounding development and address community concerns by mitigating both privacy impacts and shadow impacts. The proposed zone would increase the maximum allowable height to 23 meters, which is approximately 6 stories, and allow for a maximum floor area ratio of 3. To mitigate the impacts of redevelopment on the existing single-attached home to the south of the site, the proposed RMH23 zone requires an interior setback of 3 meters. The image on this slide shows a potential outcome where the building is at the minimum allowable distance to the adjacent RS parcel and the alley. However, due to the zone's maximum floor area ratio, this configuration requires the upper 2 stories to have a larger 6-meter setback, effectively creating a 4-story podium. Alternatively, the developer may choose to simply increase the setback entirely instead of having the upper stories terraced. These specific details will be determined at the development permit stage. Next slide, please. The proposed zone aligns with the city plan's goal of making Edmonton's urban landscape more compact and increasing housing availability. The district policy, as amended today, supports low-rise development in urban mixed areas outside nodes and corridors on corner sites that are along arterial roads. The site meets this criteria. Consideration of additional scale can be considered when certain contextual factors are present. Additional contextual factors that support mid-rise at this location include its appropriate size, its location and orientation on the block, the design and function of adjacent roadways, the scale and uses permitted on adjacent sites, and proximity to transit service and active transportation networks. The area around this intersection could also be considered an emerging local node. Local nodes are places in urban mixed areas separate from other nodes and corridors that act as focal points for the neighborhoods where they are located. Here, there is an existing commercial site, a park, and a church complemented by transit and upcoming active modes routes, which are the types of features found in local nodes. Mid-rise is supported by the district policy at local nodes when along arterial or collector roadways. Both 107th and 163rd are arterial roads. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it is compatible with surrounding land uses, contributes to the goal of becoming a more compact city, and aligns with district policy direction for appropriate locations for mid-rise developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will start with our speaker in favor. Allison Roslin can come down, please. They're in person, making their way down. All right, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of our client, Lean Craft Homes' proposed rezoning from the RS and RMH 16 zones to RMH 23 at 10571 and 10575 163rd Street in Britannia, Youngstown. This application supports council's city building goals, more housing in the redeveloping area, better use of existing infrastructure, and directing growth to the places identified in city plan and the district plan. Next slide, please. Like many mature neighborhoods, housing diversity is limited in Britannia, Youngstown. Building mid-rise multi-unit housing, which is not present at all in the neighborhood, will improve the mix of housing types, which will help Edmonton achieve city plan's vision to provide more housing at a variety of scales, densities, and designs within all Edmonton neighborhoods. Next slide, please. In December 2024, we rezoned the northern part of the site, number 10575, to RMH 16, which allows for 4-story residential buildings. Since then, our client has acquired the adjacent southern lot, creating a larger consolidated site of 2,075 square meters. That extra space makes a real difference. A bigger site provides more room to design a well-laid-out building with better spacing and a more sensible overall layout. This new rezoning application doesn't undo the previous one. The earlier rezoning already confirmed that the site is appropriate for medium-scale housing. What's changed is the size of the site, and this application reflects that new reality. Rezoning again allows the project to be designed in a more thoughtful way and utilize the larger site to deliver a better overall outcome. Next slide, please. This site is a great fit for homes. It's located at the edge of the neighborhood along 2 arterial roads, 107th Avenue and 163rd Street. The site is also located in a local node where mid-rise development is supported along arterial roads and the site size and context is appropriate, like the subject site, which is large and located on a corner site. Local nodes are places within urban mixed areas that act as local anchors for the neighborhood and are characterized by commercial and community uses and multimodal transportation options. The site is located near services and amenities including Z's Car Wash and Convenience Store right across the street, St. Mary's Church, Jasper Park Curling Club, and Phoebe McCullough Park. It's also well served by transit with bus routes along both 107th Avenue and 163rd Street, with a bus stop right across the street from the site. Both streets are also planned as district connector bike routes, providing future active transportation connections. Therefore, the site and the surrounding area are a local node, and mid-rise development under RMH 23 is supported by the district policy. Next slide, please. We know that change in the neighborhood can raise questions. That's why we reached out to the community. In February, we created a project webpage to provide information and invite feedback, mailed postcards to nearby homes, posted a custom rezoning sign with our contact information, and reached out to the Britannia Youngstown Community Lead. We heard from 2 neighbors with concerns. The most common concerns shared with us and administration were traffic, parking, and alley access. I'll address these concerns in the remainder of my presentation. Next slide, please. The site is located at the intersection of 2 arterial roads, which is where vehicular traffic is expected and is directed to. Our client is also planning to provide parking on site to meet future resident needs. Alley access was also raised as a concern. There are 2 entry points into the alley that provide access to the site as shown here. During construction, access to the site will be managed through the OSCAM and Transportation Management Plan programs to minimize impacts on nearby properties. Next slide, please. As I start to wrap up my presentation, I'd like to share a bit more about what our client envisions for the site. They are planning for a mid-rise residential building up to about 6 stories. Here's an example of one of their projects that they're planning in McKernan. They are excited to bring a high-quality product like this to the Britannia Youngstown community. Next slide, please. I'll leave you with these final thoughts. City plan and district plan are clear. To meet our housing goals, we need more homes in Edmonton's existing neighborhoods. This proposal is a step towards meeting those goals and bringing more people to a local node where residents can access services and amenities. For all these reasons, we ask for your support today. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll check with Councillor Clark. Do you have questions? Please go ahead. You can just skip the clicking. That's all. We got you.
Great. Okay, just a couple questions, and thanks for the presentation and actually showing the mock-up, because I couldn't find that in either your website or the developer's website earlier, so that kind of answers at least a general sense of what it's going to be. Was there mention of any commercial potential for this site?
So there is commercial allowed, some limited commercial allowed in the RM zone. Right now, our client isn't currently planning for that, but is open to the idea. And because this detailed design hasn't started quite yet, there's still a possibility for ground floor commercial.
Okay. Yeah, just bring that up because I know there's been some challenges we heard on a site last public hearing that was more dense next to an LRT about the viability of some commercial. In terms of parking, I don't think you have the parking ratio or anything contemplated yet. But there's no parking obviously on the north side of this site because it's 107th Avenue Street parking, and then with the proposed active transportation, there's no parking on the west side as well. So, is that something you're going to look at and take it? Because if you're going to build a 6-story, I would imagine parking needs to be included.
Yeah, so our client is intending to provide parking on site. Because we don't have parking minimums, I can't give you an exact number of what that looks like because we also haven't started the detailed design stage, but they also understand that future residents, that is going to be desirable, right? And so they'll be looking to provide parking that makes sense for the location and what the market calls for. And part of what their feasibility study is to investigate underground parking. And one of the advantages of having a larger site now, when they were able to acquire that third lot, is building underground parking becomes a lot more feasible. So it's definitely something that they're considering to make sure is provided, is that parking for residents.
Great. And then just, so I get the site before getting it, now get the new one, consolidate them. So who are we building this for in the Britannia community? Is this a mix? We're trying to do 1-bedrooms, 3-bedrooms? Who's our kind of clientele?
We don't know the breakdown of the units quite yet, but there would be a mix of unit types, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, potentially 3-bedroom, depending on, the opportunity to take advantage of CMHC incentives. But this in general, that I would say the target demographic would be residents that are looking to downsize, young professionals that want to live on the west side of Edmonton. People sometimes want to live central, but not necessarily quite as central, right? So this provides more opportunities for folks who may work on the west side and want to live a little bit closer to that, but still be relatively central.
And fair to say we take an affordability angle with this development in this neighborhood?
Do you mean in terms of CMH, like the MLS
Yeah,
Select
just
program?
you look at the website, like there was on the developer's website, there's some units that were pretty high that were quoted on there. So I just want to see if this is going to be fitting kind of both ends.
I don't know for sure exactly right now. That's something that I can take back to our clients. At the land use stage where we are right now, we don't have any confirmed funding around like MLI Select and what the affordability options would be in the units, or pardon me, in the building for the units. But that's something that we can bring back. And if that's a concern that you have, I can certainly share that with.
And I do probably just need to jump in real quick. The
yeah,
price of the unit is not actually a relevant land use factor. So I appreciate the question, just not something we can use to actually consider whether or not to support this.
Fair enough, point taken. Just with the large development, I'm just trying to get as much context as possible. So anyways, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for our speaker in favor, so we'll ask them to step back and bring down our speakers in opposition. I think we have two speakers in opposition, both in person, Mike Tynan and Hrant you'll have to remind me how to pronounce the last name. We've chatted many times before, but we'll do that when we get down to here. Come on down, Hrant and Mike. Hrant, I believe, right? Yeah, both of you, yeah. Yeah. I know, absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way. Come on down. Take it easy on the way down. Right down at that space there. Whichever order you like, it's okay. We can move the numbers around, not a big deal. Very good. Are we going to stick in this order of, just because you might want to flip the numbers just to, because Mike is technically number one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, get yourself close to that microphone, Mike, and then that way we can hear you loud and clear. And whenever you're ready, you're going to have 5 minutes once you start chatting. There should be a button there. Yep.
Okay, we're on. Thank you. I live at 163rd Street in 10565, and I'm going to be impacted by this building because they bought the 3 properties. I run the jet boats on the river, so access out of the alleyway is important because we're on call to the fire department. We want to make sure that at any time during their construction, during the summer, that they do not block the alleyway in any way, shape, or form. So they bring in their deliveries at night. Maybe they'll have one of the properties cleared for a staging area, but it's important. And parking here is ludicrous. We've got a church with multiple communities. They run from 5 in the morning until midday. My kids don't even come around and visit on Sundays until after 1 o'clock. Let's see, what else have we got here? We're concerned that we haven't received any plans, schematics, etc., that is definitive. We've got a card on it and it says it will be different. It's a little bit like that tuna ad, you know, Murray? Not as intended or illustrated. Thanks, Barry. We're in a situation, the older community. You just bought out my neighbour of 35 years. He's moved to Spruce Grove. And he had a good reason to do it. His kids are out that way. But it's getting to the point we're getting closed in, and we're really worried that you're not going to have enough parking, and we want to know, are you going to have underground parking for this facility, and how much? Also, at the end of our alleyway, on about 153rd Street, there's an 8-plex. Now, they've got 4 parking units at the back, a couple in the front, and it's empty. I asked the locals why, and they said, well, we think it's too expensive. They ask for too much money. On 163rd and about 98th, there's another 8-plex, and there's rent signs all over the place, special deals, so on and so forth. People don't want to be right up against the property line, then have to go down the side of the building to get into these boxes. They're not the best place to do. No parking in one of these. We're having all sorts of issue, and I keep banging on it, is parking. Now, in 91, when I moved in, my boat, car, trailer, and truck got hit by an older fella parked on 163rd Street. A bit of damage, and I bought some photos, but we'll see that another time. However, that's not an isolated event. Now on 63rd, in the time I've been there, there's 3 or 4 of those incidents, whereas the people are coming up to 107th Avenue, they're creeping over to the side. Just recently, on this property, on the 107th side, a van went into the fence there and demolished it. This is a high accident area. If you notice, the corner lot there has a driveway that comes out onto 63rd. And the occupants of that place, they park their vehicles up by the house because too many of the vehicles get hit or near misses or people. And it's not a good site to be putting something in there. As far as putting a commercial property or a retail unit down there, not a chance. When are you going to need your overflow? Are you going to send them over to his car wash and park? The church people try to do that, but he gets up on Sunday to make sure they don't. But it's getting to the point that it's a little bit like rats. And they get more and more and more and more. They start to go crazy and bite each other. Well, we're starting to get a little irritated. One thing I'd like to say about is that, Red Clark, I've been trying to get hold of you for a long time. And your lady got back to us, but I thought you were going to set me up with an appointment. Later on, can I have a talk to you? Sorry to swap things. When Z's car wash was developing, they came to us. They had to meet certain requirements. They showed us the plans. We made some suggestions, and we were cooperative. We've had no cooperation with these people at all. They've rang me up, talked to me briefly, and then moved on. I don't know if it was that lady there at all, but it was a woman on there. But we want to see something definitive that says, this is what we would like to do, what do you think? And we have some input into it. Garbage.
Sorry to cut you off, Mike. I never get to cut you off except in the public hearing. This is the only time I get to do it, right? So I have to cut you off, though, because we do give everyone 5 minutes. But there may be questions. I'm guessing your counselor might have questions when it gets to that time. Thanks for being here. Next, please go ahead.
Good luck, Mike.
Hello, everybody, and thank you. I like how the meeting's been going so far today. I've never been through a whole session before. Some very positive inputs, and I've been seeing on social media as well some improvements and some positive moving forwards with the city. As the owner of Z's Car Wash for nearly the last 25 years, we are the second owners after the first year. I personally, it's not really in my best interest to decline this kind of project. Though Mike is a very good neighbor, that they would be really good for business to have all these people in one area. One of the major concerns I have is parking. For that scale of building, it was unclear with the first meeting when we were here, me and Mike as well. All we saw was a box with a blue tarp on it. It's a mystery item. Parking is not a requirement. They could take the LRT, they could take the bus. that's what the city would like to see. But unfortunately, we've all been there, we've tried it. I live in the community in Mayfield for the last 23 years myself. I have several of these new 8-plexes going up just within my block, skinny houses. The garages are too small to park a small car in. The driveways are half the size. The 8-plexes, impossible parking. Most of them are verbos. A lot of the private houses have turned into verbos. These houses are not for families, and as we've seen on some of the south side, some of them were getting rented by the hour for God knows what reasons that we're not going to talk about. But my main concern is the building next door here. For a building that size, I expect to see something going from 3 stories or 4 stories, which was the original proposed, now to 6 stories, with no clarification on parking. I expect underground parking for all the units, visitor parking, and if there's going to be commercial, customer parking. I could not accommodate parking more than I can for my business alone. I already have a tight lot. I just have enough room for my customers. On a daily, sometimes the church 2 doors down, they're always coming up to me asking, can we please park there? But we're a church, and I'm always put into an ethical position. Do I turn somebody that wants to go pray and not park in my parking lot? Unfortunately, I have to say no, because it's a type of business where there's a limit. You come in and you go, because we're a business. I'm also supporting 6 or 8 families myself with running this business for the last while, so I can't afford to have the additional strain without this proposed building being self-sustained for its needs. And that's pretty much it for me. I'd like you to consider some proper planning and self-sustainability so in order not to strain my business or the neighbors that I'm very grateful for supporting me all these years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And those are our 2 speakers. Now we'll move to questions of our speakers. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Knack. Speaker 1, Mike, sorry you haven't been able to get a hold of me.
okay,
I'm down the street from you on 150th Street, Stony Plain Road, so
That's all right.
there quite a bit, but I will give you
I know I've been there so many times.
Okay. Well, sometimes there's something, but I will give you my cell number and we will connect, because I don't want that to be something moving forward. I guess when I look at this, because I hear you on the parking. If you're going to build something this big, I think there needs to be parking there, especially with the constraints of parking in that neighborhood. But what are your thoughts with the current zoning right now? Let's say we don't approve this.
Yeah.
They've got one that's an RS.
Can I put some money down?
They've got one that's RS where you can put 8 or maybe more, and then they've got another one with CRM16 where they go even more without parking, right? So yeah. I guess I'm trying to, so stay with me on this. Like, if we went with this, there's a better chance that it could be built with underground parking that would alleviate a lot of the parking concerns
That would be
than if we
essential.
kept it this way. What are your
would be
thoughts on
essential.
that?
Yeah, and one other thing, just to change, you need an elevator, because if you're going to get that many stories up, when the man there gets a little bit crotchety, he'll need, like me, a stick, and you need an elevator. So those are considerations that we would like to see if it goes ahead in the format that we've been told.
Gates on 12 is a good example. You can mention that building. May I?
Yeah, jump in, of course.
If I'm not wrong with the scale size, a friend of mine lives on a building on Gates on 12. It's off of Jasper Avenue. And they have a similar proposed from what I've seen in the proposed pictures by this company that's trying to build this on the corner. They do have some mixed businesses below, but they've also provided ample visitor parking in the back and definitely underground parking for all the residents. So if that was something they could look at to compare it to, that would be nice personally, without alliterating exactly what they should be doing.
So, I mean, I guess this is kind of the big question, right? Like, we can't mandate that. I haven't seen too many 6 stories that don't have what you're talking about, the visitor parking and then the underground parking. That seems like something that should be, you know, included in this scale of a project, right? But we're approving kind of a box, right? That could be, that could not be. So in your opinion, do we take the chance on that, or do we leave it where it is? And it maybe could be worse in terms of their parking issues.
I don't take chances. I like to see things in writing.
Yeah. I mean, if they
With
want
all
to
due
develop,
respect.
sorry, if they want to develop it, you put skinny houses in and do 6 of them. Then you won't have any complaints, and you'll have parking off the street.
Garages
I
in
know
the
they
back.
spent a lot of money to acquire them, but there you go.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers everything.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure I fully hear an answer on that, because I think we want to make sure we're clear, because I think every apartment building in your neighborhood right now, and even in the ones in Mayfield, I think, are all, if they have parking, it is at the back of the building, street level. None of them have underground. There's not a single one in Mayfield or Britannia that has.
Nothing is as high as this one.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's sort of my question. I think Councillor Clark's question that I want to make sure I'm clear of is that it is very common that if you're doing a 6-story, you're going to be putting in some underground, because you're building higher up. There's a good chance you have to go further down because you're going larger. Thereby, since you are going down further, you might as well have parking stalls because you got to go down. So I think the question that I'm hearing from Councillor Clark, and I wasn't quite sure I got the answer, is that in a world of where you would have 6 stories with the 5th and 6th stories either being set back further with greater separation from the home and a greater likelihood of that underground parking, versus keeping it at the 4 stories that you've seen, where you almost certainly would just get what we've seen like everywhere else in the neighborhood, which is behind the building parking. We'd rather slightly higher with underground than 4-story without underground.
Yes.
As long as it's in writing.
Yeah, and I think that the challenge we run into is, and I hear you, and I think the challenge we run into is we can't per se get that in writing, but we'll be asking questions, as I think we already have, of our applicant, because I wanted to get a sense of where you're at on that. So I'm hearing the desire, though, you would prefer to have underground parking. That's the biggest piece to the puzzle. Yeah, go.
Thank you. But when they do apply for their permits, would there not be any speculations on approvals for these things to accommodate?
As the permits come in, absolutely, we get that information. We're at a slightly different phase in that process. We're just at the rezoning piece, but if a rezoning is approved, then a permit gets applied for, and that's where we would see in writing what they're looking to do, design of the building, you know, number of bed, all of that additional stuff.
I guess my concern is, what would regulate that? What would stop them from going back on their word on what they promised us? Because it's already started with the pamphlets going out through the neighborhood. We're going to build this beautiful 6-story apartment building with glass balconies and everything, and then on the bottom it says for illustration purposes only.
Yeah.
It's already deceiving on a good day when I see that. This is why I like seeing things in writing
100%,
and clear plans. Right? And then we really don't have any issues. We welcome more people in the neighborhood. Even it's pretty big of Mike having to live next door to that, to say that underground parking he'd accept to live next door. Right? It's
well, my days of suntanning are over.
Days of suntanning are over, but you know.
Nobody's going to stop you, Mike, from suntanning. That's all right. You can keep suntan. We're not going to stop you from.
I'm going to run over your bicycle.
That's right. I'll ride over. We'll suntan together.
We just want everyone to get along.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah, just,
you know.
But it's got, as I say, all you've got is an illustration of something that means nothing.
Yeah, and that's it's a good point, and one of the
thing on the list that came out, it had they didn't want the what was it, the people to know anything. I lost the list. I wish I had it, but it had on the end to keep it quiet, not to advance the list to anybody. So, yeah.
No, I appreciate you flagging that. So, okay. No, I just thought I'd ask the question, but I hear what you're sharing with us there. So, thanks very much. Those are all my questions. I'll take back the chair.
Thank you.
I don't know who's thanks for bringing it up on a little earlier than we thought we were going to get.
Yeah, we made it. We made it. We got there. You're welcome.
Reservations.
If you don't want to go up, because there is a chance, Mike, that there might be questions of new information. So if you don't want to go all the way up the stairs, maybe just hang back a couple rows, because we might need you back if necessary. And now we'll move to questions of our administration. And Councillor Clark. Mike and I go way back, by the way, in case you haven't all figured out. So
I was getting that.
Councillor Clark.
I mean, looking at this, I guess my question, I can see how this is pretty straightforward in some of the application and the recommend to approve being on nodes and corridors and active transportation. I guess my really only question is, and I hope you can answer this, but have you seen any other developments of this size and scale that don't have underground parking, or can you comment on that at all?
Short answer is no, and certainly not in this context. So the only times we've seen sort of multi-story residential buildings in Edmonton with no parking are in really urban areas, like right off White Avenue or downtown. Based on my experience, I would not anticipate a development here having no parking. I'm sure it'll have some underground parking.
Okay, that was my only question.
Councillor Parmar has a question. Please go. You can just
Thank you.
jump in. Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask, actually, you know what, I'll ask.
You'll do new information?
information,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's perfectly fine. Yeah, absolutely. There's no other questions for admin, so this is a chance for new information, and I'm hearing our applicant might need to come back down and make a journey back. So Allison will get you to come back down, because I believe Councillor Parmar has a question for you. As you make your way down, Councillor Parmar, you're welcome to get going.
Thank you, Speaker Allison. I just wanted to ask about the concern about the alleyway and the fact that the the other speaker needs those boats out for our emergency management. And if you could maybe explain from an OSCAM perspective if you will have that alleyway open during construction.
So we're at the rezoning stage, right? We haven't applied for a development permit. There's no OSCAM permit yet or transportation management plan. So we won't know the details of that until we get to that phase.
I guess my question is there an opportunity to have multiple ways out there? And I'm not sure.
Well, there isn't only one entrance into that alley, right? There's one from the south and there's one from the east. So there's always multiple exit points. And really the alley access during construction will be outlined in the transportation management plan. So it's very difficult to speak to that at this stage, right? When we don't have a development permit yet and we're not at that stage. Right, so I do know Mr. Tynan's concerns. We spoke about them when I talked to him, and of course our clients don't want to negatively impact his ability to participate in the rescue services that he does, right? So, you know, I can take that back to my client to try to work with them as much as possible to like limit potential impacts. But right now we're just applying for a rezoning, so I can't give concrete information about that at this point.
Okay, no, I just wanted to just make sure that issue is on people's radars.
It's on our radars.
Okay.
Yeah, if that helps, yeah.
Yeah, no, and you said you can't talk about, you know that there is, if this goes through, there is a higher potential for underground. And then you spoke to parking as if you'd build it to what the market demands, so that there, you know, depending on, knowing that there's no parking, and now that we're removing parking even more so with some bike lanes, then you take that all into account when you're looking at the parking if this gets approved.
Yes, and I think to just sort of clarify on some of the topics or some of the concerns that came up from the other speakers, like in terms of parking, our interests are aligned. Our client doesn't want to build a building that people won't live in because there's no parking, right? You don't want to build units that nobody is going to rent. And given the location of the site, it's on the west side of Edmonton. This is not a site, you know, 2 blocks from here where you can walk to the LRT station and there's really, really, really good access to transit, right? All of those things come into consideration. And, you know, that's definitely part of their decision-making process when they figure out, okay, how many parking stalls do we need to provide for our residents and who do we think is going to live here, right? And like I said before, having a larger footprint and going a bit higher makes it a lot more feasible to do underground parking, right, from a cost perspective.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Just a quick question for Allison there, because you mentioned the similar development in McKernan. Is that going to have park? Can you speak on that? Can I ask that question relevant?
Yeah, you can ask that.
Yes, to my understanding, there is underground parking plan, but I don't have any of those details. What I wanted to do was include that image because I know there's always questions about what is this going to look like? What are they anticipating to build here? And so our client this is a project that they're actually planning to build, right? So we thought, okay, we'll share that image to try to provide some of that context. But today I don't have the details on the parking ratio for that particular project.
Gotcha. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair? I'm going to assume she's taking it. So, I know you can't. Thanks to our speaker here. Again, you're not able to sort of go into the ins and outs of exactly how many stalled. Is it safe to ask then? I think because I don't know if it's been asked in the reverse. You're not planning on your client is not planning on building a building without parking. That's essentially 7 blocks south and 8 blocks east to the closest LRT station.
Correct.
Yeah, it wouldn't be there wouldn't be a viable market to build a without parking building in that location in the West End.
Correct.
Maybe if you're on Stony Plain Road at 156th Street, different story, but we're at the other corner of this community with a good bus on 163rd, but not enough to sustain a parking-free building.
Exactly.
Okay, I appreciate you sharing that. And I know the details of it will come, but I wanted to ask it in the reverse to get a bit of assurance that way. So, excellent. I'll take the chair back.
It's returned.
Thank you. Those are all the questions on new information. This would be an appropriate time to take a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Clark.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Clark.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Clark, did you want to move first reading?
Yeah, I'll move first reading of bylaw 21484.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Elliott. Anyone wishing to speak? I figure I should. Why can I go vote? I gotta speak. So, Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
If I don't speak, Mike will let me hear the end of it. I want to let him know why. So I am going to be supporting this application for a couple of reasons that I'm looking to Mike and of course Z's Car Wash, always a good spot to visit if you're in the West End. Got to make sure you visit that. I do think this application is a reasonable change. I actually think because of the setback requirements, if you were using the entire FAR, it's not going to impede on Mike's sunbathing, which is really good, which is important, I know, for him. He and I talk about that all the time. But being serious for a moment, I think it's a reasonable shift on a parcel that is on the north edge of the community, right beside an arterial road. So in terms of things like sun shadow, it only impacts the roadway, not Mike or any of the residents there. I think it is a good site to have this. I think that connectivity and even just having Z's Car Wash or the convenience store right across, it is a good spot for residents in the area that, those folks in that building, when they need something quick, they're going to be able to run downstairs, hop across the street, grab it there. And I actually think that's going to be good for your business. I think it's going to be good for the neighborhood. You're not allowed to talk, Mike. Sorry. I get to speak. I enjoy this, and I get to not let Mike talk for a few minutes. But I appreciate that they wanted to ask that question. I've heard from the applicant, and realistically, you're not going to build a building here without parking. It's just not viable. If you were right on the LRT, 100%, maybe you'd have a different conversation. But that concern, I think, gets better addressed by us approving this. So that's why I'm going to support this, noting fully well that if anything goes sideways, Mike won't let me hear the end of it. So I'll stay on top of it as best I can. So I'll support this, and I'll take the chair back. Thank you.
You have the chair.
You might want to hear your counselor close, though. Your counselor has more wise words than I. He's going to say something, so we're going to let Counselor Clark close. Yeah, you might as well sit.
Might as well.
There were 10 minutes ago. The rules are out the door here. We've gotten into chaos in the public hearing. Counselor Clark to close.
Yeah, You know, when I saw this, I was concerned about the heights, and there's not a lot of this scale development in that neighborhood. I get it. It's on Node and Corridor, and as our past conversations, that's the areas that we want to develop more than interior. So this kind of fits that. I think allowing this to go through, we got a way better chance of getting kind of what we want, right? With getting the underground parking, something that looks good and can actually be a really benefit to the neighborhood. Not allowing this to go through, I worry about what that could be. And if you think, there's gonna be parking problems, or there already is now, I can almost guarantee there'll be far worse parking problems if we do some kind of smaller versions, which I'm sure the applicant would want to do, because they'd want to develop this in some respects. So I don't think that's a good solution. Hearing them saying they're building a similar thing that's probably gonna have parking in another part of the city gives me kind of some reassurance that that's going to happen. And obviously, we'll be, myself and the mayor will be on top of these guys to make sure that this goes through with the intended way that we've sort of seen. So, I'll support this, because I think this is a way better outcome than if we don't. And I'd be scared about what that is, to be honest with everyone here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
Yep.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Clark.
Move for a second reading.
Move second reading. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on second reading.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Clark.
Move for consideration, third reading.
Second.
Consideration of third reading, seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote for consideration.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. And Councillor Clark.
I'll move for third and final reading of bylaw 21484 to allow medium scale housing in Britannia Youngstown.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. All right, so those are the items. I know Councillor Jans had a subsequent, but realistically with the amount of time, I think it's going to be best for a notice of motion, as there might be more than one question on it. Councillor Jans, and anyone else actually for this matter, if you have any notices of motion you want to provide, this would be the time to do it. Councillor Jans, I can go to you first.
Yep, I will pull it up right here. Sorry. I move that that administration provide a report to committee with recommended options that enable a review and feedback of design of residential infill development through the development permit process. This is due date Urban Planning Committee Q4 2026. And I also have another one and I'll send to the clerk, that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2027 to 2030 budget deliberations to develop options for a residential landlord licensing, compliance, and registry program.
Thank you very much. Those notices have been accepted. And anyone else? Not seeing or hearing any. We are.
I did have a notice of motion.
Oh, I almost said the word, but I didn't. So, Councillor Paquette, go for it.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a journey. So, that administration provide a report to committee on transitioning shared micromobility devices, e-scooters and e-bikes, to a mandatory geofenced parking model outlining 1, mechanisms to mandate vendor-enforced parking compliance through future license agreements. 2, a process for collaborating with licensed vendors to identify suitable designated parking zones within the right-of-way. And 3, any minimal municipal infrastructure requirements and a brief jurisdictional scan of similar successful models. Due date August 11, 2026, Urban Planning Committee. And I think I'm calling this one the Curb Your Enthusiasm motion.
No. If I could refuse motions, I would just do that for that bad joke. No, I actually loved it. Thanks, Councillor Paquette. That's it.
Mayor Knack, before we adjourn, I just want to clarify that the notices of motion that have been given today at this public hearing will not be coming to council tomorrow.
Correct. They
will be coming to council in May.
Correct. Yeah, it has to be that council meeting. It can't be tomorrow. That's not enough notice. So, no, that's fair. Thank you. We are adjourned at 4:56. Thanks, everyone.